Growing up, it was just Dad and me in our modest house on Oak Street. Mom passed away when I was just 5, leaving Dad to raise me alone. He did an amazing job working long hours at his construction company while still making time to attend my soccer games and help with homework. We weren't rich, but we were happy. That all changed when I turned 16 and Dad met Sarah at a business conference. She seemed nice enough at first, always complimenting Dad's achievements and showing interest in his work. Within 6 months, they were married. I tried to be happy for Dad, but something about Sarah never felt quite right. "Emily, sweetie, you'll see, we'll be one big happy family," Sarah would say, her smile never quite reaching her eyes. I nodded politely but kept my distance. My gut instinct told me she was more interested in Dad's growing construction empire than in building a real family. You see, over the years, Dad had turned his small construction business into something remarkable. What started as a one-man operation now employed over 200 people, with contracts across 3 states. Conservative estimates valued the company at around $40 million, but that wasn't all. Dad had invested wisely in real estate, accumulating a portfolio of commercial properties worth another $25 million. Sarah's behavior changed subtly after the wedding. She began suggesting that Dad work less, take more vacations, and enjoy life. On the surface, it seemed caring, but I noticed how she always steered him toward expensive purchases and risky investments. Dad, blinded by love, didn't see what I saw. "Your father deserves to relax after working so hard," she'd say whenever I expressed concern about her excessive spending of Dad's money. "You're just jealous because you're not the only woman in his life anymore." I was 24 and working as a financial analyst when Dad first showed signs of illness. It started with small things, forgetting appointments, misplacing his keys, struggling with simple calculations. The diagnosis came as a shock: early onset Alzheimer's. He was only 52. The day after his diagnosis, Dad called me to his study. His hands trembled slightly as he handed me a sealed envelope. "Emily, keep this safe," he said, his voice unusually serious. "Don't open it unless something happens to me. Sarah, she's not who I thought she was. I've made arrangements to protect what I built for you." I wanted to ask more questions, but his expression told me this wasn't the time. I tucked the envelope into my bag, promising to keep it secure. That was the last lucid conversation I had with my father. Over the next 2 years, I watched helplessly as Dad's condition deteriorated. Sarah took control of everything: his medical care, his business decisions, even limiting my visits. She claimed it was for his own good, but I knew better. She was isolating him, and there was nothing I could legally do about it. "Your father doesn't want to see you today, Emily," became her constant refrain. "The excitement isn't good for his condition." I tried fighting back through legal channels, but Sarah had been clever. She had convinced Dad to sign over power of attorney to her before his condition became severe enough for anyone to challenge his competency. The lawyers I consulted all said the same thing: without proof of coercion, there was nothing they could do. Then came the call I had been dreading. Dad had passed away in his sleep. Sarah handled all the funeral arrangements, barely consulting me. She even tried to schedule it when I would be away at a conference, but I rearranged my entire schedule to be there. The funeral service was elaborate, much more showy than anything Dad would have wanted. Sarah had invited hundreds of people, many of whom I'd never seen before: business associates, social climbers, and what seemed like every wealthy person in town. Dad would have hated it. I sat in the front row, the envelope he'd given me 2 years ago feeling heavy in my jacket pocket. Throughout the service, I noticed Sarah whispering with her lawyer, both of them occasionally glancing in my direction with smug expressions. As the service concluded, Sarah stepped up to the podium. She dabbed at her eyes with a monogrammed handkerchief, putting on quite a show. "Before we conclude this beautiful service for my beloved husband," she announced, her voice trembling perfectly, "there's an important matter to address. As you all know, James was a brilliant businessman who built an empire from nothing. In his final months, he made some important decisions about his legacy." She paused for effect, making eye contact with various influential people in the crowd. 2 weeks ago, James signed a new will, leaving everything: the company, the properties, all assets, to me, his devoted wife, to manage as I see fit. A murmur went through the crowd. Several of Dad's oldest business partners looked uncomfortable. They knew Dad had always planned to keep the company in the family. "I know this may come as a surprise to some," Sarah continued, looking directly at me with barely concealed triumph, "but James understood that I was best positioned to continue his legacy. His daughter Emily, while dear to him, lacks the experience and business acumen to manage such vast holdings. That was my cue. I stood up slowly, my hand touching the envelope in my pocket. Funny you should mention Dad's wishes, I said, my voice clear and steady. He gave me this envelope last week. Sarah's face twitched slightly. That's impossible. James was barely conscious in his final weeks. He couldn't even recognize people. I pulled out the envelope, its seal still intact. This was from 2 years ago, right after his diagnosis, when he was still very much aware of everything and everyone around him. Sarah's lawyer stepped forward. Any document from that long ago would be superseded by the recent will. This is just a desperate attempt to. To what? I interrupted, breaking the seal. To reveal the truth? Because that's exactly what this is. I pulled out several documents, along with a USB drive and a letter in Dad's handwriting. Dad gave me this envelope because he knew exactly what would happen. He knew you would try to take everything, Sarah. That's why he made arrangements long before you could take advantage of his condition. Sarah's confident smile faltered slightly. Whatever that is, it doesn't matter. I have a legally executed will, signed and witnessed just 2 weeks ago. I handed the documents to Dad's longtime friend and attorney, Michael Patterson, who had been sitting quietly in the second row. Mr. Patterson, would you please read Dad's letter to the assembled guests? Michael stood up, adjusted his glasses, and began reading. My dearest Emily. If you're reading this, then my fears about Sarah have proven correct. I'm sorry I didn't listen to your concerns earlier, but I've taken steps to protect our family's legacy. 3 months ago, I transferred ownership of the company and all major assets into an irrevocable trust, with you as the sole beneficiary. Sarah knows nothing about this. The USB drive contains video documentation of me making this decision of sound mind, along with evidence of Sarah's attempts to manipulate my finances. The trust becomes active upon my death, and no subsequent will can override it. I've also included documentation of Sarah's previous marriages, all 3 of them each ending with the mysterious death or incapacitation of her wealthy husbands. I'm sorry I won't be there to see you take the reins of the company. I know you'll make me proud. Love, Dad. The silence in the church was deafening. Sarah's face had gone from pale to ashen. Her lawyer was frantically flipping through the documents Michael had handed him. This is impossible, Sarah stammered. You're making this up. That letter could be forged. I nodded to Michael, who connected the USB drive to his laptop and projected its contents onto the church's presentation screen. There was Dad, looking healthy and clear-headed, explicitly stating his decisions and reasons. I, James William Anderson, being of sound mind, hereby transfer all business assets and properties into the Emily Anderson Trust. Dad's voice rang out clearly through the church speakers. I make this decision due to concerning behavior from my current wife, Sarah Anderson, whom I believe married me with fraudulent intentions. The video continued, showing Dad presenting evidence of Sarah's suspicious financial activities and documentation of her previous marriages. The congregation watched in stunned silence as the truth unfolded. Sarah's lawyer quietly gathered his papers and slipped out of the church. Sarah herself stood frozen at the podium, her carefully constructed facade crumbling. You can't do this, she whispered, but her voice lacked conviction. I spent 2 years working on this plan. Did you just admit to planning this for 2 years? I asked loudly, making sure everyone heard, including the time when Dad was still healthy. Sarah's eyes widened as she realized her mistake. Without another word, she grabbed her designer handbag and rushed toward the exit. But 2 police officers were already waiting there. I had made sure law enforcement was present when the truth came out. Sarah Anderson, one officer announced, we have some questions about the deaths of your previous husbands. As Sarah was led away, Dad's closest business partner, Tom Jenkins, approached me. Your father was a smart man, he said, squeezing my shoulder. He knew exactly what he was doing when he put you in charge. That financial analyst brain of yours combined with his teachings, the company couldn't be in better hands. The following weeks were a whirlwind of activity. Sarah was charged with multiple counts of fraud and was under investigation for the suspicious deaths of her previous husbands. Her recent will was invalidated, and the trust Dad had established was confirmed as legally binding. Taking control of Dad's company was challenging but exciting. I discovered I had a natural talent for business leadership. Just as Dad had predicted, the employees respected me, many having watched me grow up visiting the construction sites with Dad. 1 year later, I stood in front of Dad's grave, placing fresh flowers by his headstone. You saw right through her, Dad, I said softly, and you made sure she couldn't win. The company's doing great, we just landed the biggest contract in our history. I wish you could see it. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves overhead, and I could almost hear Dad's proud laughter. He had built his empire from nothing, protected it from those who would steal it, and ensured it would continue to thrive in the right hands. As I walked back to my car, my phone buzzed with a news alert. Sarah had been convicted of first-degree murder in the death of her second husband. She would be spending the rest of her life in prison, and investigations into her other marriages were ongoing. I smiled, thinking of the sealed envelope Dad had given me that day in his study. He had known exactly what he was doing, protecting not just his legacy, but ensuring justice would eventually catch up with Sarah. His final gift to me wasn't just the company, it was the truth that set everything right. The construction company continues to grow under my leadership. We've expanded into sustainable building practices, something Dad had always wanted to explore. Every major decision I make, I think about what Dad would do, and somehow, I always know the right answer. Sarah's story became a cautionary tale in our business community about greed and deception, but for me, it's a reminder of Dad's wisdom and foresight. He may have been taken from us too soon, but his legacy lives on, stronger than ever. Sometimes, when I'm working late in what used to be Dad's office, I look at his photo on the wall and smile. We did it, Dad, I whisper. We protected everything you built, and we're making it even better. The envelope he gave me that day sits framed on my office wall, a reminder that sometimes the best defense against deception is simply being prepared with the truth. Dad taught me that, along with so many other lessons I carry with me every day. As for Sarah's lawyer, he was disbarred for his role in helping her create the fraudulent will. Many of the social climbers who had cozied up to Sarah quickly distanced themselves, not wanting to be associated with her crimes. The truth has a way of revealing everyone's true colors. Dad's legacy continues to grow. The Emily Anderson Foundation, which I established in his memory, provides scholarships for young entrepreneurs and supports research into early-onset Alzheimer's treatment. Something good came out of even the darkest parts of our story. Looking back, I realized that Dad's greatest gift wasn't the company or the properties, it was the lesson that integrity and foresight are the best weapons against those who would try to take what isn't theirs. Sarah thought she had orchestrated the perfect plan, but she never counted on Dad being several steps ahead of her, even from beyond the grave. The story of the envelope at Dad's funeral has become something of a legend in our business circles. People often ask me if I was nervous, standing up to Sarah in front of all those people. The truth is, I wasn't nervous at all. I had Dad's truth in my pocket, and that was all the courage I needed. Every year, on Dad's birthday, I gather the company's employees for a special celebration. We share stories about him, about his integrity and vision, and how he built something remarkable from nothing. The old-timers love telling newer employees about the day at the funeral when Sarah's schemes came crashing down. Your dad would be so proud, they often tell me. I know they're right. Everything I do, every success we achieve, is a tribute to his legacy. He taught me that success isn't just about making money, it's about doing things the right way, about protecting what matters, and about being smart enough to see through people like Sarah. The construction company now employs over 500 people, and we're known as one of the most ethical and innovative firms in the industry. Dad's vision of building not just structures, but a legacy of integrity, lives on through every project we complete. Sarah's story serves as a reminder that karma eventually catches up with those who try to profit from deception. She thought she had orchestrated the perfect plan, but she never understood that true legacy isn't about money or power, it's about the principles you live by and the truth you leave behind. Dad knew that. He knew that the best defense against someone like Sarah wasn't just legal documents or video evidence, it was raising a daughter who would understand the value of truth and have the courage to stand up for what's right. That sealed envelope wasn't just a collection of documents, it was Dad's final lesson to me about trust, integrity, and the importance of being prepared. It was his way of showing me that sometimes the quietest person in the room can be the one holding all the cards. Every morning when I walk into the office, I pass by Dad's photo and touch the framed envelope on my wall. Thanks, Dad, I whisper, for everything. And somewhere, I know he's smiling, proud that his legacy ended up exactly where it belonged.
The cream-colored envelope sat on my marble kitchen counter like a landmine waiting to detonate. Even from across the room, I recognized my mother's perfect calligraphy, the same writing that had adorned countless birthday cards and Christmas presents before she decided I wasn't worth the ink anymore. I'm Serena, and 10 years ago I lost everything because I trusted my family. Now they want something from me, and the irony is almost poetic. Just throw it away, Rosalie said, sipping her coffee at my breakfast bar. You don't owe them anything. I picked up the envelope, its weight substantial, expensive paper stock announcing its importance. No, I want to see what kind of mental gymnastics they're attempting this time. Inside was an invitation, gold-leafed and pristine. I read it aloud. We cordially request the honor of your presence. No, wait. I laughed, a sharp, bitter sound. They're requesting the honor of my mansion. They want me to host their 50th wedding anniversary celebration. The audacity, Rosalie whispered, shaking her head. After everything they did? The memories crashed over me like a wave. Standing in the rain outside my foreclosed house, desperately dialing their number while the answering machine picked up again and again. Watching through social media as they celebrated Caleb's innovative startup with champagne in Hawaii while I slept in my car, too proud to tell anyone but Rosalie what had happened. My phone buzzed. Mother's number. I put it on speaker. Serena, darling, did you receive our invitation? Her voice dripped honey, the same tone she used when she convinced me to co-sign that mortgage. Your father and I thought it would be wonderful to celebrate in your beautiful home. You've done so well for yourself. Funny how you noticed that now, I replied, keeping my voice level. 10 years ago, you couldn't even return my calls? Oh, sweetheart, ancient history. Family should forgive and forget. Besides, Caleb feels terrible about everything. I caught Rosalie's eye. She was making gagging motions. Does he? I asked. Terrible enough to pay back the $300,000 you stole from me to fund his failed app? We didn't steal anything, Mother's voice sharpened. We made a family decision. You were always so dramatic about these things. If you'd just been more supportive. Supportive? My laugh could have cut glass. I supported all of you. I worked 2 jobs while going to college. I made half the mortgage payments on that house, and you remortgaged it behind my back for Caleb's pipe dream. Your brother had a vision. Your brother had a cocaine habit and a gambling problem, but sure, let's call it a vision. Silence crackled over the line. Then, softer. Serena, please. It would mean so much to your father and me. Everyone's been asking about our anniversary plans. The Kellys, the Manns. We can't exactly tell them our daughter refused to help us celebrate. And there it was. The real reason, their precious reputation. I looked around my kitchen, all marble and chrome, floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city. Every inch bought with my own blood, sweat, and tears. Every dollar earned while they pretended I didn't exist. You know what? Yes. Rosalie's head snapped up. Really? Mother's voice brightened. Oh, darling, I knew you'd... I'll host your party, I continued. I'll give you the celebration you deserve. After hanging up, Rosalie stared at me. Please tell me you're not actually doing this out of the goodness of your heart. I walked to my home office and opened the bottom drawer of my filing cabinet. Inside was a red folder I'd been adding to for 10 years. Bank statements, email screenshots, voicemails transferred to digital files. A photograph of me standing outside my old house the day of the foreclosure, taken by a newspaper reporter who thought I was just another casualty of the housing crisis. They want to celebrate their perfect family? I smiled, running my fingers over the folder. Then let's give everyone the full picture, in high definition. Rosalie's eyes widened as understanding dawned. Serena, what exactly are you planning? Mother always said presentation is everything. I pulled out my phone and scrolled to a contact I'd been saving for just the right moment. And I know just the videographer to help us with ours. The phone rang twice before Jordan answered. I need someone to document a very special family reunion, I said. One where the truth finally gets its moment in the spotlight. I could practically hear Rosalie grinning behind me as I added, and trust me, it's going to be one hell of a show. The string quartet can set up here, I told the event planner, gesturing to the grand foyer's curved staircase. And the catering stations will line the east wall of the ballroom. Jordan whistled as he panned his camera around the space. This place is something else. Hard to believe you built all this in 10 years. Spite is a powerful motivator, I said, checking my watch. Rosalie should be here soon with the special materials. On cue, my best friend burst through the front door, carrying a sleek laptop and several USB drives. Got everything we need, including that voicemail you never deleted. My stomach clenched at the memory. Mother's voice, syrupy sweet. Caleb really needs this, honey. Don't be so selfish. Family helps family. Jordan lowered his camera. So walk me through the plan again. Your parents think I'm just filming a standard anniversary video? Exactly. I led them into my home office. You'll capture all the usual moments, guests arriving, toasts, dancing, but you'll also get their reactions when we show them this. I pulled up a carefully edited montage on my computer, screenshots of desperate text messages I'd sent them, bank statements showing the unauthorized mortgage withdrawal, social media posts of their luxury vacations while I worked minimum wage jobs. Jesus, Jordan muttered, watching the footage. They really left you with nothing? Almost nothing. I opened my desk drawer and pulled out a crumpled envelope. I kept my last pay stub from the diner. 12 hours on my feet, making $7.25 an hour, while they were posting photos from their cruise with Caleb. Rosalie squeezed my shoulder. Remember when you stayed with me? You worked 3 jobs and still found time to take online business courses. Had to. No one else was going to save me. I stood up, straightening my blazer. Now, let's talk about the menu cards. I pulled out a sample, elegant cream cardstock with gold lettering. Look closer, I said, holding it up to the light. The watermark was barely visible, a miniature reproduction of the foreclosure notice. Damn, Jordan said admiringly. That's cold. I learned from the best. I smiled thinly. Mother always said attention to detail matters. The doorbell rang. Through the security camera, I saw the florist waiting with sample arrangements. Come on, I told them. We have more staging to do. As we walked through the mansion, I pointed out strategic locations for Jordan's hidden cameras. We need to capture every reaction, every whispered comment, every moment they realize their perfect family facade is crumbling. The florist gushed over the house while setting up her samples. Such a beautiful home. Your parents must be so proud. I saw Rosalie bite back a laugh. Oh, they had nothing to do with this place, I said pleasantly. In fact, they've never even visited before? The florist's smile faltered. But they're having their anniversary party here? Ironic, isn't it? I selected a dramatic arrangement of white lilies, Mother's favorite. We'll need these on every table. And make sure they're fresh. Nothing worse than watching something beautiful decay in front of everyone's eyes. After the florist left, Jordan reviewed some test footage on his camera. The lighting in here is perfect for capturing every expression. No one will be able to hide their reactions. My phone buzzed. A text from Mother. Darling, Caleb mentioned he'd love to give a speech at the party. Wouldn't that be wonderful? I showed it to Rosalie, who rolled her eyes. Want to bet he uses it to pitch his latest business idea to your guests? Let him, I said, typing back a cheerful, of course. The more rope they give themselves, the better. We worked through the afternoon, perfecting every detail. Jordan set up his equipment while Rosalie helped me choose the perfect spots to plant our evidence. Years of collected proof, hidden in plain sight throughout the party. As the sun set, casting long shadows through the floor-to-ceiling windows, I stood in the ballroom where everything would unfold. Having second thoughts? Rosalie asked quietly. I thought about the night they changed the locks on my house, how I'd stood in the rain, watching through the windows as they packed up my belongings, how Mother had seen me but turned away, closing the curtains. No, I said, my voice steady. They chose their golden child 10 years ago. Now they can watch their golden anniversary turn to ash. Jordan checked his watch. I should head out. Big day tomorrow. Lots of prep work. As they left, I remained in the ballroom, imagining the scene that would unfold in just a few days, the shocked gasps, the horrified whispers, the moment my parents would realize that their perfect family portrait was about to be reframed in perfect, merciless detail. "Time to come home, Mother," I whispered to the empty room. "I've been waiting to welcome you properly." The string quartet's music floated through my mansion as guests arrived in their designer best. Jordan circulated with his camera, capturing the artificial warmth of family reunions while I played the perfect hostess. "Darling," Mother air-kissed my cheeks, her diamond earrings catching the light. "Everything looks absolutely magnificent, though perhaps the lilies are a touch aggressive for the space?" Before I could respond, Father wrapped me in a stiff hug. "Princess, you've outdone yourself. Always knew you had it in you to be successful." "Did you?" I kept my smile fixed. "Funny, I don't remember that vote of confidence when I needed it." He laughed uncomfortably and drifted toward the bar. "Serena," a familiar voice dripped with false enthusiasm. "Still living alone in this massive house. Such a shame." I turned to face Hadley, who'd apparently aged through spite and Botox. "Hadley, still living with your parents? Such a choice." She flushed. "I'm between properties, actually. Speaking of which, your brother was just telling me about his exciting new venture." "Was he?" I spotted Caleb holding court near the champagne fountain, gesturing dramatically to a group of older men. "Excuse me, I should say hello." As I approached, I caught the tail end of his pitch. "Revolutionary blockchain integration with sustainable agriculture. Ground floor opportunity." "Caleb," I interrupted smoothly, "wonderful to see you're still innovating." He turned, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. "Sis, I was just telling these gentlemen about my new startup. Actually, since you're here, maybe we could discuss potential investment." "Oh, honey," I patted his arm. "I learned my lesson about investing in family the hard way. But I'm sure these nice men would love to hear about your last venture, the one with the cryptocurrency for pets." The investors exchanged glances and began to drift away. "You always were jealous of my vision," Caleb hissed once they were gone. "Vision?" I laughed. "Is that what we're calling it now?" Jordan appeared with his camera. "Would you mind if I got some footage of the siblings together for the anniversary video?" "Of course not!" I pulled Caleb close, feeling him stiffen. "We have so many wonderful memories to share." "Perfect," Jordan said. "Maybe tell me about growing up together?" "Oh, Caleb was always the star," I said brightly. "Remember that time you needed emergency cash for your tech conference in Vegas? The one that somehow coincided with March Madness?" Caleb's grip on my shoulder tightened. "That's ancient history." "Is it? Funny how some debts never seem to get old." Mother's voice cut through the tension. "Everyone, Franklin is giving tours of Serena's lovely home. Do join him upstairs." I excused myself and followed the tour group, staying just out of sight. Jordan trailed behind, camera rolling. And of course, we helped Serena get her start, Father was saying to the assembled guests. "Always believed in investing in our children's futures." The crystal champagne flute in my hand nearly cracked under my grip. "Both your children seem so successful," someone commented. "You must be very proud." "Oh yes," Mother chimed in, though Serena was always so independent, wouldn't let us help much, not like Caleb, who understood the importance of family support. Rosalie appeared at my elbow. "Need a drink?" "Need several." I watched the tour continue down the hall. "They're rewriting history right in front of everyone." "Not for long." She nodded toward Jordan, who was capturing every word. The party continued, a glittering facade of family unity. I played my part perfectly, the grateful daughter, the generous host, the successful entrepreneur sharing her good fortune. Then I overheard it. "Frankly," Mother was telling her bridge club friends in a staged whisper, "we were worried about Serena for a while, so angry about that house situation, when we were only trying to help both our children equally. But look how well it turned out. Sometimes tough love is the best medicine. The crystal flute finally snapped in my hand. Shit, Rosalie muttered, quickly helping me clean up the mess. You're bleeding. I watched a drop of blood stain the pristine marble floor. Good, let it stain. Let something real mark this fake celebration. Almost time, Jordan whispered as he passed, patting his equipment bag meaningfully. I looked around my mansion, now full of people who'd watched me fall and never offered a hand up. Who'd believed every lie my parents told about my selfishness? Who were even now consuming my food and drink while swallowing the fiction that my success was somehow a family achievement? Ladies and gentlemen, I heard Father announce, if you'll all proceed to the ballroom, we have a special video presentation prepared. I caught Rosalie's eye and nodded. Showtime. The ballroom buzzed with anticipation as guests found their seats. Jordan stood by the projection system, giving me a subtle thumbs up. Everything was ready. Before we begin the video, Mother announced, champagne flute raised, I'd like to say a few words about family unity. I caught Rosalie rolling her eyes behind her own glass. Franklin and I have been blessed with 2 wonderful children, Mother continued, her voice thick with performative emotion. Through all life's ups and downs, we've supported each other unconditionally. My hand tightened around my fresh champagne glass. Next to me, Caleb smirked. Even when times were tough, Mother's gaze swept the room, we made sacrifices for each other. That's what real family does. Sacrifices? I couldn't help myself. Would you like to elaborate on those sacrifices, Mother? She faltered for just a moment. Well, of course, dear. Like when we helped you learn independence. A few guests chuckled. I stood up. That's an interesting way to phrase it. I moved to the front of the room. Since we're on the topic of family history, why don't we watch that video now? Wait, Caleb interrupted. I thought I was giving my speech first. Oh, you'll have your moment, brother. Trust me. Jordan dimmed the lights. The massive screen flickered to life. One moment, I addressed the crowd. While we're celebrating family unity, I overheard some confusion about how I acquired this house. Mother, Father, would you like to clarify for everyone how you helped me achieve this success? Father puffed up proudly. Well, we always encouraged your ambitions. Really? I turned to the guests. Because I have a different memory. Jordan, could you play that clip from earlier? The screen showed Father from just an hour ago. And of course, we helped Serena get her start. Always believed in investing in our children's futures. Interesting. I paced slowly across the front of the room. Would anyone like to guess how much my parents invested in my future? The exact dollar amount? Mother stood abruptly. Serena, this isn't the time. Actually, it's exactly the time. The amount was negative $300,000. That's how much they took from me. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Now, Father attempted to laugh it off. You're making it sound so dramatic. Jordan, I called out. Play the rain footage. The screen showed a shaky cell phone video. Me, standing in a downpour outside my old house, pounding on the door. Mother's face appeared briefly in the window before the curtain closed. That was the night they changed the locks, I explained to the stunned audience, after remortgaging my house without my knowledge to fund Caleb's startup. That's a lie, Caleb shouted, jumping to his feet. Is it? Jordan, the bank statements, please? Documents filled the screen, mortgage papers, withdrawal records, transfer confirmations to Caleb Tech Ventures. Stop this at once, Mother's voice shook with rage. Why? Isn't this the family unity you wanted to celebrate? Here's another classic family moment. The screen showed Mother's social media posts, cocktails on a Hawaiian beach, tagged Chuck Family Vacation Chakra Blessed. The timestamp matched another document, my pay stub from working the night shift at a 24-hour diner. You see, I continued as the evidence mounted on screen, while I was sleeping in my car and working 3 jobs, my loving family was investing in their favorite child's dreams. And when it all fell apart, they had a very unique way of showing support. Jordan played the saved voicemail. Caleb really needs this, honey. Don't be so selfish. Family helps family. The ballroom had gone deathly quiet. Hadley's mouth hung open. Several guests were staring at their shoes. Serena, Father's voice cracked. We never meant to get caught, I finished. To have your perfect family facade crumble in front of all your friends. To face actual consequences for once. How dare you, Mother hissed. After we gave you everything, you gave me nothing, my voice finally broke. You took everything I had and gave it to him. I pointed at Caleb, who had gone pale. And then you abandoned me when I needed you most. The screen continued cycling through evidence. Ignored texts, declined calls, social media posts showing their luxurious lifestyle while I rebuilt from nothing. But you're right about one thing, Mother. I lifted my glass. Family does make sacrifices. I sacrificed my trust, my home, and 10 years of my life learning that lesson. And now you get to sacrifice your reputation. Jordan's camera panned across the horrified faces of the guests. Mother's mascara had begun to run. Father seemed to have aged a decade in minutes. And Caleb was already edging toward the door. Now then, I smiled at the stunned crowd. Who's ready for the main feature? The opening montage started innocently enough. Childhood photos set to soft piano music. Me and Caleb building sandcastles. Family picnics. Christmas mornings. Oh, how precious, someone whispered. Then the music changed. A harsh electronic beat replaced the gentle piano. What's happening? Mother demanded as the screen filled with a high-resolution scan of the foreclosure notice. Just keeping it real, I said, taking center stage. Since we're celebrating history, let's not skip the important parts. Email chains populated the screen. My desperate messages. Please answer your phone. The bank is taking the house. I don't understand. How could you remortgage without telling me? Mom, Dad, I'm sleeping in my car. Please help. Each one marked read with no response. Turn it off, Father shouted at Jordan, who kept filming steadily. Can't do that, sir. Professional integrity. The screen split to show surveillance footage from my old neighborhood. Me, loading what few possessions I could fit into my beaten-up Honda. Mother and Father pulling up in their Mercedes, walking past without a glance. You recorded us? Mother's voice shook with outrage. The security cameras did. Amazing what you can request from county records. Caleb tried to bolt for the door, but Rosalie blocked his path. Stay for the best part, buddy. Your startup pitch videos are coming up. Sure enough, the screen filled with Caleb's face, younger and cocaine jittery, promising investors revolutionary tech solutions, while charts showed hundreds of thousands disappearing into his company's accounts. This is slander, he shouted. Actually, I corrected, it's public record. Your bankruptcy filing was very detailed. The footage shifted to social media posts. My parents on cruise ships, at spa retreats, funding Caleb's fresh starts, while I worked double shifts. Each post time-stamped, each luxury purchase documented alongside my minimum wage deposits. You're just jealous, Mother spat, mascara streaming down her face. You always resented Caleb's success. Success? I laughed. Jordan, show them the Vegas footage. Security camera clips from various casinos showed Caleb gambling away investor funds at high-stakes tables. Mother and Father covering his markers with money that should have been paying my mortgage. My God, Hadley breathed. You monsters. Now, I smiled. They're not monsters. They're just family. The screen filled with newspaper clippings. Local coverage of the housing crisis, featuring my old house. Business articles about Caleb Tech's collapse. And finally, years later, stories about my rise in real estate development. Not one penny, I addressed the crowd. That's how much help I got building this life. While they funded failure after failure for their precious son, I slept in my car, worked every job I could find, and taught myself business at the public library. We did what we thought was best, Father tried weakly. Best for who? Rosalie shot back. I watched her cry herself to sleep on my couch for months while you were posting about family loyalty on Facebook. The final sequence began playing, a perfect mirror of the opening montage. But instead of happy family photos, it showed the reality. Empty chairs at holidays, ignored birthday cards, years of calculated indifference while I rebuilt my life from scratch. Happy anniversary! I raised my glass to my shell-shocked parents. Here's to family unity. Mother lunged for me, hand raised to slap, but Jordan caught it all on camera. Careful, he warned. Battery assault looks bad in court. You've ruined everything, she sobbed. No, Mother. You did that years ago. I just made sure everyone saw the footage. Guests began standing, gathering their things in uncomfortable silence. Some shot disgusted looks at my parents. Others wouldn't meet anyone's eye. Wait, Caleb pleaded as his potential investors headed for the exit. My business proposal is exactly as solid as your last one, I finished. But don't worry, I'm sure Mom and Dad will fund it. That's what real family does, right? Father sagged in his chair, looking ancient. I never thought. We never meant it to go this far. Funny. I walked to the screen, now showing that final image of me outside my foreclosed house. That's exactly what I thought when you changed the locks. The ballroom had nearly emptied. Only my parents, Caleb, Rosalie, Jordan, and a lingering Hadley remained. Well, I smiled at my trembling mother. I think that's enough family history for one night. Jordan, did you get everything? He patted his camera. Every second, including all the guest reactions. Perfect, I turned to my family. The exit is that way. Try not to steal anything on your way out, though I suppose old habits die hard. The aftermath was exactly as chaotic as I'd expected. Guests fled like rats from a sinking ship, their expensive heels clicking rapidly across my marble floors. Some paused only long enough to grab their gift bags, now ironically stuffed with USB drives containing copies of the full video presentation. You've destroyed this family, Mother's mascara-stained face contorted with rage. Is that what you wanted? Destroyed? I laughed. No, Mother, I just showed everyone what you already broke. Caleb charged toward me, his face red. You stupid bitch, I had investors lined up tonight. Rosalie stepped between us. Back off, startup boy. The only thing you had lined up was another scam. It wasn't a scam. He turned to our parents. Tell her my business is legitimate this time. Father couldn't even look at him. He just sat there, staring at his hands, looking smaller than I'd ever seen him. Oh my God, Hadley's voice cut through the tension. She was scrolling through her phone. It's already hitting social media. Someone live-streamed the whole thing. What? Mother grabbed her own phone, fingers trembling. No. Karma's really embracing digital these days, isn't it? I smiled. Jordan, make sure you get this part too. You can't film this! Caleb lunged for Jordan's camera but stumbled, knocking over a champagne tower. The crystal glasses shattered across the floor, a perfect metaphor for the evening. Actually, I can, Jordan replied calmly. Your sister had everyone sign media releases at the door, standard practice for event photography. You did read what you signed, right? Caleb's face went from red to white. You planned this, all of it. For 10 years, I confirmed. Though you made it surprisingly easy, your social media trail of failures and fraud was very thorough. Mother suddenly rushed at me, hand raised. The slap echoed through the nearly empty ballroom. Feel better? I asked, touching my cheek, because that's assault on camera and I'm pressing charges. You wouldn't dare, she gasped. Try me. I learned from the best how to hurt family. Father finally stood up. Enough. Reagan, let's go. We need to think. Think? I scoffed. That's a first. He turned to me, aged eyes wet. I didn't think it would go this far. You keep saying that, I noted. But how far did you think abandoning your daughter would go? How far did you think stealing her house would go? We didn't steal, Mother began, but Hadley cut her off. Actually, Mrs. Daniels, you did. Everyone turned to look at her. My mother's a real estate attorney, remember? She looked over the original deed when I showed her the video. Serena's name was never legally removed. What you did wasn't just cruel, it was fraud. The silence that followed was deafening. Fraud? I tested the word. Jordan, did you get that confession on camera too? He nodded, still filming. Caleb grabbed Mother's arm. We need to leave, now. Before I what? I stepped closer. Before I press criminal charges? Before I sue you all for everything you've got left? Or before I send this footage to every investor and business contact in your phone? You wouldn't, he whispered. I pulled out my phone and held it up. I already did. Check your email. His phone started buzzing immediately. From the look on his face, his investors were not happy. Let's go, Father said quietly, pulling Mother toward the door. There's nothing left to say. Oh, there's plenty left to say, I called after them, but I think the video says it all better than I could. They shuffled out, a broken parade of designer clothes and destroyed pretenses. Only Hadley lingered. For what it's worth, she said, I always knew something was wrong about their story. The way they talked about you after everything. It never added up. Thanks, I replied, though you could have said something sooner. She shrugged. Would it have helped? Probably not. After she left, Rosalie hugged me tight. You okay? I touched my cheek where Mother's slap still stung. Better than okay. I feel light. Jordan lowered his camera. That's a wrap, I guess. Want me to edit together a highlight reel? Please, make sure to include Mother's assault. My lawyer will want to see that. You're really pressing charges? Rosalie asked. I looked around my empty ballroom at the shattered champagne glasses and abandoned gift bags. At the screen still frozen on that image of me in the rain, homeless and desperate while they lived their best lives. Yes, I said firmly. It's time they learned about consequences, the hard way, just like I did. My phone wouldn't stop buzzing the next morning. News travels fast in the age of social media, and apparently a wealthy family's public implosion makes for irresistible content. Have you seen this? Rosalie sent me a link to a local news website. The headline read, Golden Anniversary Turns to Lead, Family Fraud Exposed at Society Event. Before I could respond, another call came in, my investor friend from Morocco. Serena, he said without preamble, your brother just tried to pitch me his new venture. Something about blockchain and sustainable agriculture. Let me guess, he needs startup capital? He was very persistent, until I mentioned seeing certain unedited family footage. I smiled. And? I told him I don't invest in people who steal from their own sisters. Neither do any of my associates. After hanging up, I opened the old box from my foreclosed house, the one I'd kept sealed for 10 years. Inside, beneath old photos and worthless papers, I found what I was looking for. A handwritten note from my grandmother, my dearest Serena. It read, Never let them silence your truth. You're stronger than they know. My phone buzzed again. A text from Hadley. OMG, your brother just got served with papers outside Starbucks. Someone got it on video. I clicked the link. Sure enough, there was Caleb, spluttering as a process server handed him a thick envelope. The comments were ruthless. Karma comes with receipts. Family fraud finally faces consequences. Rosalie burst through my front door without knocking. Your mother's trying to spin this on social media, Says you're mentally unstable and edited the footage. Is she now? I pulled up my laptop. Jordan, you got that assault on camera from multiple angles, right? Already sent it to your lawyer, he replied via text, along with the signed media releases and unedited footage. My lawyer called next. They're trying to claim defamation, she said, sounding amused. I reminded them that truth is an absolute defense. Also, your grandmother's original house deed? They never had the legal right to remortgage your portion. We're looking at serious fraud charges. What about mother's assault? Battery charges filed this morning. The video evidence is crystal clear. I walked to my floor-to-ceiling windows, looking out over the city I'd conquered on my own. Any response from their lawyer? They're claiming emotional distress from public humiliation. I laughed. Funny how that works both ways. Another text from Hadley. Your parents just got kicked off the hospital charity board. Something about no longer reflecting community values. The doorbell rang. A courier delivered a thick manila envelope, Caleb's lawsuit threat. I added it to my grandmother's box, now repurposed for documenting their downfall. Rosalie came over with wine and takeout. You know what's crazy? People are sharing their own stories now. You're trending under Thou'rt family fraud. She showed me the posts, hundreds of people sharing similar stories of family betrayal and financial abuse. Maybe some good can come from this mess, I mused. Already has. Look. She pulled up a news article about increased fraud reporting in family financial cases. You inspired people to speak up. My phone buzzed yet again. Father's number. What do you want? I answered coldly. Please, his voice cracked. We're staying with Caleb, his apartment. It's not suitable for your mother's health conditions. Sounds like a personal problem. Princess, please, don't call me that ever again. We'll make it right, he begged. Whatever you want. What I wanted was parents who wouldn't steal from me. What I wanted was a brother who saw me as more than an ATM. What I wanted was a family who'd answer their phone when their daughter was sleeping in her car. Silence. But what I'll settle for, I continued, is watching you face consequences. How's that investor meeting going, by the way? The one Caleb had scheduled for today? He hung up. Rosalie poured more wine. You okay? Better than okay. I showed her my grandmother's note. She knew. She always knew they'd try to break me. Instead, you broke their whole facade. My laptop pinged. An email from Jordan with the final edited footage. Want to watch? He asked. Post it, I replied. All of it. You sure? It's pretty raw. I thought about that scared, broken girl standing in the rain 10 years ago, how she'd rebuilt herself from nothing, turning pain into power. I'm sure, I typed. Someone else might need to see it. Someone else might need to know they're not crazy for standing up to family abuse. Posted, he confirmed minutes later. I raised my glass to my grandmother's note, now framed on my wall. Here's to unsilenced truth. Rosalie clinked her glass against mine. And to karma, served ice cold with video evidence. The mansion felt different now. Not empty exactly, but cleansed. I walked through the ballroom where it all went down, my heels clicking on marble that no longer echoed with fake laughter and hollow promises. My phone lit up with a news alert. Local tech entrepreneur faces federal fraud charges. Caleb's mugshot stared back at me. The FBI had finally connected the dots between his failed ventures and missing investor funds. Karma really said, "Hold my beer, didn't she?" Rosalie remarked, scrolling through her own phone. Your parents' country club membership got revoked too. How tragic, I deadpanned. Whatever will mother do without her weekly bridge game? The doorbell rang. Hadley stood there, clutching a thick folder. You need to see this. My mom found more documents about your old house. I led them to my office, where Jordan was already setting up his camera. Still documenting? I asked. People want to know how the story ends, he shrugged. Your video hit 5 million views. Hadley spread the papers across my desk. Look at these dates. They started planning to take your house months before Caleb's startup even launched. They were using you as a backup plan the whole time. My hands shook as I read the documents. They knew his business was a scam from the beginning. They knew everything, Hadley confirmed. My mom's firm handled the paperwork. She quit over it, said it was clearly fraud. My phone buzzed. Father again. What now? I answered on speaker. Your mother's in the hospital, he said quietly. The stress, her heart. Really? I scrolled through my security camera app. Because my cameras show her shopping at Nordstrom an hour ago. He hung up. Still trying to manipulate you, Rosalie observed. Old habits die hard. I picked up my grandmother's framed note. But so does the truth. Jordan's camera beeped. Speaking of truth, you've got a visitor coming up your driveway. On the security feed, I watched Mother march toward my front door, designer handbag swinging. I buzzed her in before she could ring the bell. Come to slap me again? I asked as she burst into my office. Jordan's still filming, by the way. You've destroyed everything, she spat. Our reputation, our social standing. Your fraud scheme? Hadley held up the documents. Your illegal remortgage plan? Mother's face went pale. Where did you get those? Turns out Karma keeps excellent records. I stood up. Why are you really here? She deflated slightly, sinking into a chair. We need money. The legal fees. Caleb's arrest. Your father's golf friends won't even take his calls anymore. Fascinating, I replied. Tell me, where were these concerns when I needed help? That was different. You're right, it was different. I was innocent. I had done nothing wrong except trust my family. I walked to my wall safe and pulled out an envelope. Here's your loan application rejection letter. I had it prepared weeks ago. You knew I would come asking? Mother, I knew everything you would do. I learned from the best, remember? She stood up shakily. So that's it? You'll just let your family suffer? No, I smiled. I'm letting you face consequences. There's a difference. The court seized Caleb's assets. She tried one last time. We have nowhere to go. Actually, Rosalie chimed in, I hear the extended stay motel by the highway has weekly rates. Mother left without another word, but her designer heels didn't click quite so confidently on their way out. You okay? Hadley asked after she was gone. I looked around my office, at Jordan still filming, at Rosalie and Hadley with their unwavering support, at my grandmother's note reminding me to speak my truth. I'm perfect, I replied. For the first time in 10 years, everything is exactly as it should be. My phone pinged with a final news alert. Family fraud video sparks national conversation about financial abuse. Want to know the best part? Jordan showed me his camera screen. Every time they try to spin this, every time they play victim, every time they attempt another manipulation, it's all documented. Their lies don't work anymore. They never will again, I said firmly. Rosalie raised an eyebrow. Any regrets? I walked to my window, looking out at the city I'd built myself back up in. Somewhere out there, my parents were facing a future without their social masks. Caleb was learning that actions have consequences, and I was finally free. Just one regret, I smiled, that I didn't do this sooner. I turned back to my friends, my real family, and felt lighter than I had in years. Now who's hungry? I hear there's a great extended stay motel diner we could try. Their laughter filled my mansion, and this time the echoes felt exactly right.
You dare show up without a $30,000 gift? Get lost. Bethany's smirk twisted into a sneer as she barred the door to her opulent mansion. I stood there speechless, my mouth agape. Rick's hand found mine, steadying me as disbelief washed over us. This was our daughter-in-law, the woman our son had chosen to spend his life with, and she was humiliating us in front of her wealthy friends. Bethany's eyes narrowed, daring us to challenge her outrageous demand. My heart raced, anger and shame burning within me, but I wouldn't give her the satisfaction of a reaction, not this time. Keep your gift, I said, mustering all the dignity I could. We're leaving. As we turned to leave, Bethany's shrill laughter followed us. "That's right, walk away like the peasants you are." Rick's grip tightened on my hand, and I knew he was fighting back tears. We'd worked so hard, sacrificed so much to give Andrew the life he deserved. And this was how our own daughter-in-law treated us? The drive home was silent, the weight of Bethany's cruelty suffocating us. Finally, Rick spoke, his voice heavy with sadness and determination. "She won't get away with this, Marina. We'll make things right for Andrew, no matter what it takes." I nodded, my resolve hardening. Bethany had crossed a line, and it was time to fight back. For Andrew, for our family, and for the truth that had been buried beneath her lies. The news of Andrew's sudden marriage to Bethany hit us like a freight train. One minute, he was our bright, promising son. The next, he was tying the knot with a woman we barely knew. "Who is this girl?" Rick demanded over the phone, his voice taut with concern. Andrew hesitated. "Her name's Bethany. We met at the hospital a few months ago." "A few months? And he was already marrying her?" Alarm bells rang in my head, but I pushed them aside. Andrew was a sensible, level-headed young man. Surely he knew what he was doing. The wedding itself was a whirlwind affair, thrown together in just a few weeks' time. As we arrived at the lavish venue, my unease grew. Bethany's parents, Gloria and Calvin, oozed an air of pretentiousness that set my teeth on edge. Gloria sidled up to me, her fake smile stretching tight across her face. "Marina, darling, it's so wonderful to finally meet Andrew's mother." She said the word like it left a bad taste in her mouth. I forced a smile. "Likewise, Andrew's told us so little about you and your family." Gloria's eyes narrowed. "Well, we'll have to change that, won't we?" She turned on her heel and rejoined her husband, their hushed whispers carrying an unmistakable sneer. The ceremony itself was a blur. All I could focus on was the strained look on Andrew's face as he stood beside Bethany. She radiated a cold indifference, her eyes scanning the crowd with a detached air. At the reception, things only got worse. Gloria and Calvin monopolized Andrew, regaling him with long-winded stories while Bethany looked on with a smug smile. Whenever Rick or I tried to speak to our son, Bethany would swoop in and whisk him away, her perfectly manicured nails digging into his arm. As the night drew to a close, Andrew managed to pull me aside for a brief moment. "Mom, I'm sorry about all this," he murmured, his eyes pleading. "Things will be different once the honeymoon's over, I promise." But as I watched him rejoin Bethany, her arms snaking possessively around his waist, a knot of dread formed in the pit of my stomach. This was only the beginning. Andrew and Bethany were supposed to be on their honeymoon, a magical time for a newlywed couple to bask in their love and create cherished memories. Instead, Gloria and Calvin insisted on tagging along, much to our dismay. "It's just for the first week," Bethany said with a casual wave of her hand. "Mother and Daddy want to make sure we get settled in properly." Andrew shot me an apologetic look, but I could see the resignation in his eyes. He was already learning to pick his battles. True to their word, Gloria and Calvin joined us at the luxury resort, their every move dripping with condescension. While Rick and I tried to make the most of the beautiful surroundings, Bethany's parents seemed determined to suck the joy out of every moment. "Really, Marina, must you insist on those dreadful cover-ups?" Gloria sneered as I emerged from the beach cabana in my modest swimsuit. "You're not getting any younger, you know." Calvin chuckled, his eyes roving over me in a way that made my skin crawl. "Ah, let her be, Gloria. Some of us prefer a more natural look." Before I could respond, Bethany swooped in, linking her arm through Calvin's. Now, Daddy, play nice. We're all family here." The sickly sweet smile she flashed me sent a chill down my spine. This was her game, using her parents to belittle and demean us at every turn. As the week dragged on, the financial burden of their presence became increasingly apparent. Bethany and her parents insisted on the finest amenities, racking up exorbitant charges that Rick and I could barely afford. "Don't worry, we'll take care of it," Bethany would say with a dismissive wave. But I knew better. This was just another way for her to assert her dominance, to remind us of our place in her world. The final straw came on our last night, when Gloria and Calvin announced they were extending their stay. At our expense, of course. "We simply can't bear to be parted from our darling daughter so soon," Gloria crooned, her syrupy tone making me nauseous. I looked to Andrew, silently pleading for him to put his foot down. But he simply averted his gaze, his shoulders slumped in defeat. As we packed our bags the next day, Bethany pulled me aside. "I do hope you enjoyed our little family bonding time," she murmured, her saccharine smile sending a shiver down my spine. "Because this is just the beginning." Her words rang in my ears long after we returned home. The battle lines had been drawn, and I knew in my heart that this was a war we could not afford to lose. After the disastrous honeymoon, a rift began to grow between Andrew and us. His calls became less frequent, his texts more curt. Whenever we did manage to speak, it felt like he was holding something back, his words carefully measured. "He's just adjusting to married life," Rick would say, trying to reassure me. But I could see the worry etched into the lines of his face. Bethany's iron grip on our son was tightening, and there was little we could do but watch helplessly from the sidelines. Then, out of the blue, Andrew called in a panic. "Dad, you need to get to the hospital right away. It's Mom. She's not doing well." My heart dropped into my stomach. Rick had been struggling with some chest pains lately, but we'd chalked it up to stress. Could it be something more serious? By the time we arrived at the emergency room, Andrew was pacing anxiously in the waiting area. He rushed over, enveloping us in a fierce hug. "I'm so sorry," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. I didn't know who else to call. As the doctors examined Rick, Andrew filled me in. Bethany had been screening his calls, intercepting any messages from us. She'd even gone so far as to block our numbers from his phone. "I can't live like this anymore, Mom," he said, his eyes brimming with tears. "She's got me trapped, and I don't know how to get out." My heart broke for my son, this once vibrant young man now reduced to a shell of his former self. Anger simmered within me, a white-hot rage directed at the woman who had stolen him away. Thankfully, Rick's scare turned out to be nothing more than a bout of indigestion. But as we drove home that night, Andrew's anguished words echoed in my mind. "I have to get out," he'd said, his voice laced with desperation, "even if it means liens, even if it's losing everything." I reached across the console, giving his hand a gentle squeeze. "You'll never lose us, Andrew. We're your family, and we'll always be here for you." His answering smile was tinged with sadness, and I couldn't shake the feeling that a storm was brewing on the horizon, one that would test the bonds of our family like never before. The housewarming party was a spectacle unlike anything I'd ever seen. Bethany had spared no expense, transforming their new mansion into a gaudy palace of excess. Elaborate ice sculptures, towering floral arrangements, and a never-ending stream of champagne greeted the wealthy guests as they arrived. Rick leaned in close, his voice low. You'd think they were royalty, not just a couple of arrogant snobs with more money than sense. I gave a tight smile, my eyes scanning the crowd for any sign of Andrew. Finally, I spotted him across the room, looking dapper in his tailored suit. But as our eyes met, his face fell, a flicker of despair passing over his features before he turned away. Well, if it isn't the in-laws themselves. Gloria's shrill voice cut through the din like nails on a chalkboard. She sidled up to us, Calvin in tow, their icy disdain palpable. You two clean up nicely, Calvin sneered, eyeing our modest attire with disdain. Although I do hope you brought something substantial for the happy couple. My cheeks flushed with humiliation. Of course, they would flaunt their wealth, expecting us to grovel at their feet with lavish gifts we could scarcely afford. Rick opened his mouth to retort, but I placed a hand on his arm, quieting him. I would not rise to their bait, not this time. We're just here to celebrate Andrew and Bethany, I said, keeping my tone even. Isn't that what's most important? Gloria's lips curled into a cruel smirk. Of course, dear. We wouldn't want to upset the little woman, now would we? Before I could respond, Bethany appeared, resplendent in a designer gown that likely cost more than our yearly income. You made it, she exclaimed, her voice dripping with false sweetness. And you brought, well, yourselves, I suppose. The laughter that rippled through the crowd was like a physical blow. I felt Rick tense beside me, his fists clenching at his sides. That's enough, he growled, his voice low and dangerous. We're leaving. Bethany's eyes widened in mock surprise. But the party's just getting started. Surely you don't want to miss the big announcement? She looped her arm through Andrew's, pulling him close. He looked like a trapped animal, his eyes pleading with us silently. We're pregnant. Bethany trilled, resting a perfectly manicured hand on her flat stomach. "Isn't it wonderful?" The room erupted in applause and congratulations, but all I could focus on was the anguish etched onto my son's face. This was just another one of Bethany's lies, another manipulation designed to tighten her grip on him. As we turned to leave, Gloria's mocking laughter followed us out the door. "Don't be strangers now, you hear? Family is so important." The drive home was silent, the weight of Bethany's betrayal hanging heavy in the air. Finally, Rick spoke, his voice laced with determination. "She's gone too far this time. We're not going to stand by and let her ruin Andrew's life. It's time to fight back." I nodded, steeling my resolve. The battle lines had been drawn, and there was no turning back now. For Andrew's sake, we had to win, no matter the cost. It was well past midnight when the frantic knocking at the door roused us from our sleep. Rick shot me a puzzled look as we shuffled to the front entrance, our hearts pounding. The moment I laid eyes on Andrew, hunched and trembling on our doorstep, I knew something was terribly wrong. "Andrew, what's happened?" I rushed forward, enveloping him in a tight embrace. He smelled of stale alcohol and despair. He pulled back, his eyes rimmed with tears. "I couldn't take it anymore, Mom. The lies, the manipulation. It's all been too much." As Rick ushered us inside, Andrew began to unravel the tangled web of deceit that had become his marriage. Bethany's pregnancy announcement had been a sham, a ploy to tighten her grip on him. And that was just the tip of the iceberg. "She's been slowly draining my accounts, taking out loans in my name," he confessed, his voice thick with shame. "And she's been threatening to ruin my career if I don't play along." The full scope of Bethany's treachery left me reeling. How could someone be so cold, so calculated in their cruelty? "We have to stop her," I said, my voice trembling with rage. "She can't be allowed to get away with this." Andrew nodded, a flicker of determination sparking in his eyes. "I've been gathering evidence, documenting everything she's done, but I'll need your help, both of you." Rick reached across the table, clasping Andrew's hand in his own. "You know we're with you, son. No matter what it takes, we'll make this right." Over the next few weeks, a plan began to take shape. Andrew pored over financial records, meticulously building a case against Bethany's fraudulent activities. Rick and I played our part, gathering statements and testimonies from those who had witnessed her manipulative behavior firsthand. The nights were long and grueling, but with each piece of evidence we uncovered, our resolve grew stronger. Bethany's web of lies was unraveling, and soon she would have nowhere left to hide. One evening, as we sat huddled around the kitchen table, Andrew let out a heavy sigh. "I can't believe how blind I was to her true nature," he said, his voice laced with regret. "If it weren't for you two, I might have lost everything." I reached across the table, giving his hand a reassuring squeeze. "You're not alone in this, Andrew. We're going to take that vile woman down, and then we'll pick up the pieces together, as a family." A small smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, and in that moment, I saw a glimmer of the old Andrew, the son we had fought so hard to protect. The road ahead would be long and arduous, but one thing was certain. Bethany's reign of terror was coming to an end. And when the dust settled, our family would emerge stronger than ever before. The legal battle against Bethany was underway, and Andrew's friend Lawrence was leading the charge. A brilliant attorney with a razor-sharp mind, he pored over every shred of evidence we'd gathered, meticulously building an airtight case. "She's been sloppy," Lawrence remarked one evening as we huddled around the dining room table. "Arrogant people like Bethany often leave traces of their misdeeds because they think they're untouchable." Rick leaned back in his chair, a grim smile playing on his lips. "Well, she's about to get a rude awakening." Over the next few weeks, the pieces began to fall into place. Lawrence expertly navigated the legal system, exploiting every loophole and technicality to reclaim the assets Bethany had fraudulently obtained in Andrew's name. The first victory came in the form of a court order freezing her accounts, effectively cutting off her access to ill-gotten funds. Bethany's outrage was palpable, her shrill voice echoing through the courthouse as she hurled insults and accusations. "You'll pay for this, Andrew," she screamed, her perfectly coiffed veneer cracking. "You and your pathetic family will rue the day you crossed me." But Andrew stood firm, his jaw set in grim determination. This was the first blow in a battle he intended to win at all costs. As the weeks ticked by, the legal noose around Bethany's neck tightened. Andrew's stellar reputation and Lawrence's skilled maneuvering made it increasingly difficult for her to fight back. "She's running out of options," Lawrence confided in us one evening. "Pretty soon she'll have to face the consequences of her actions head-on." True to his word, the day of reckoning arrived in the form of a high-stakes court hearing. Bethany strutted into the courtroom, her designer suit and perfectly coiffed hair a mask of bravado. But as Lawrence methodically laid out the evidence of her misdeeds, her composure began to crumble. "You have no proof," she snarled, her eyes darting wildly. "This is all a pathetic attempt to ruin me." But the facts spoke for themselves. Bank statements, loan documents, even recorded conversations. They all painted a damning portrait of Bethany's calculated deceit. In the end, the judge had no choice but to rule in Andrew's favor. Bethany was ordered to relinquish all ill-gotten assets and face potential criminal charges for her fraudulent activities. As we filed out of the courtroom, Bethany's piercing wails echoed in our ears. "You'll regret this, Andrew. You and your wretched family will pay for this humiliation." But her threats rang hollow. For the first time in years, a weight had lifted from Andrew's shoulders. He was a free man, liberated from the shackles of Bethany's toxic control. As we embraced outside the courthouse, tears of relief and joy streaming down our faces, I knew that this was just the beginning. The road ahead would be long, but with our family united, we could overcome any obstacle in our path. With Bethany's reign of terror finally over, it was time for our family to start anew. The first order of business was selling the house, the place that had been our haven for so many years, but now held too many painful memories. "Are you sure about this?" Rick asked as we surveyed the empty rooms one last time. This was our home. I gave his hand a reassuring squeeze. "It's time to let go of the past and look toward the future. Our real home is wherever we're together as a family." Andrew had already taken steps to reclaim the lavish mansion Bethany had flaunted during her housewarming party debacle. With her assets seized and her lies exposed, she had no choice but to relinquish the property. As we pulled up to the sprawling estate, a strange sense of vindication washed over me. This was more than just a house. It was a symbol of our perseverance, our refusal to be broken by Bethany's cruelty. "Welcome home," Andrew said, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he embraced us. In the weeks that followed, we set about transforming the once ostentatious mansion into a warm, welcoming refuge. Out went the gaudy furnishings and over-the-top decor, replaced with comfortable pieces that reflected our family's simple tastes. Gone were the echoes of Bethany's poisonous presence, banished by the laughter and love that now filled the halls. Rick tended to the sprawling gardens, coaxing new life from the neglected flower beds. I rediscovered my passion for crafting, filling the sunroom with vibrant creations. And Andrew? He seemed to blossom under the nurturing embrace of our family. The weight of Bethany's manipulation had been lifted, and I could see glimpses of the bright, driven young man he had once been. "I don't know how I'll ever repay you two," he said one evening as we enjoyed a quiet dinner on the terrace. "If it weren't for your unwavering support, I might have lost everything." Rick reached across the table, clasping Andrew's hand in his own. "Son, you don't owe us a thing. We're family. It's what we do." A comfortable silence fell over us as we watched the sun dip below the horizon, painting the sky in brilliant hues of orange and pink. In that moment, I felt a profound sense of peace, a knowledge that no matter what life threw our way, we would face it together, stronger and more resilient than ever before. As the evening drew to a close, I found myself wandering through the dimly lit halls, running my fingers along the intricate woodwork. This house, once a symbol of excess and cruelty, had become a sanctuary, a place where love and truth had triumphed over greed and manipulation. And in that moment, I knew that our family's future was filled with promise. The road might have been long and treacherous, but we had emerged on the other side, battered but unbroken. Whatever lay ahead, we would face it together, our bonds forged in the fires of adversity and tempered by the strength of our love. I took a deep breath, forcing a smile as Elise walked into the backyard for our family barbecue. Edwin squeezed my hand, sensing my unease. "It'll be fine," he whispered, though his eyes betrayed doubt. Elise plopped down on a lawn chair, not even glancing our way. The tension was palpable, like a thick fog smothering any warmth between us. I had tried so hard to connect with her, but she remained distant, her resentment towards me as impenetrable as a fortress wall. "Elise, why don't you help your father with the grill?" I suggested, hoping some father-daughter bonding might thaw the ice. She rolled her eyes, but begrudgingly stood up, grabbing a baseball bat lying nearby. As she swung it casually, I felt a pang of unease. Edwin chuckled nervously. "Be careful with that, honey." In a split second, the bat slipped from her hands, hurtling straight towards me. I froze, my heart pounding, as it whistled past, missing me by inches. Edwin rushed over, his face pale. "Elise, what were you thinking?" "It was an accident," she shrugged, not even apologizing. But as I met her cold, defiant stare, I knew better. This was no accident. It was a warning shot, a clear message that she wanted nothing to do with my efforts at family unity. The line had been drawn, and the battle lines were forming for a war I never wanted to fight. A few weeks after the barbecue incident, Edwin came home looking grim. "I lost the Henderson account," he said, sinking into a chair. My heart sank. The Henderson tech firm was one of his biggest clients. "How bad is it?" I asked cautiously. Edwin sighed heavily. "Pretty bad. Without their retainer, we're going to be seriously strapped for cash." He ran a hand through his graying hair. "I don't know how we'll afford Elise's college next year." Speaking of the devil, Elise walked in right then. "What about my college?" she demanded. "Finances are tight," Edwin explained warily. "We may have to look at cheaper options." Elise's eyes narrowed to slits. "You're not sending me to a crappy state school after all my hard work." "Don't take that tone with your father," I chided, unable to stay silent. "Big mistake." She whirled on me, venom dripping from her words. "You're not my mother, so stay out of this." I recoiled, stung. Edwin shot me an apologetic look, but didn't reprimand her outburst. As usual, the fragile truce held by walking on eggshells around Elise. Later that night, I approached Edwin tentatively. "Look, I know money's tight, but let me help cover Elise's tuition." He shook his head adamantly. "You've been generous enough. I can't let you pay for my daughter's education." "Edwin, we're partners," I insisted. "Your struggles are mine. Please, let me do this, for our family." He searched my eyes for a long moment before giving a reluctant nod. "Okay, thank you, Marta." I smiled, hoping this olive branch might finally earn me some goodwill from Elise. Fat chance. The next day, she leveled me with a contemptuous glare when I told her the news about paying her tuition. "I don't want your charity," she spat. I fought to keep my temper. "It's not charity, Elise. We're family now, whether you like it or not." A cruel smirk twisted her lips. "You think throwing money around makes you part of this family? You'll never be anything more than Dad's little sugar baby." White-hot rage lanced through me at her vile insinuation. Taking a deep breath, I spoke slowly through gritted teeth. "You'd better watch yourself, young lady." Elise simply laughed derisively and stormed off, leaving me shaking with barely contained fury. Her escalating vitriol showed she had absolutely no intention of letting me into her life. If anything, she seemed bent on tearing our family apart seam by seam. Well, two could play at that game. I was done being the punching bag. If she insisted on making an enemy of me, I would meet her attacks with equal force. That spoiled little brat had no idea what she was in for. A few weeks later, Edwin and I hosted a small dinner party to celebrate his firm landing a promising new client. I was determined to bury the hatchet with Elise, at least for one night. As we sipped wine before the meal, Elise fixed me with her trademark sneer. "So, Marta, Dad tells me you used to run your own business before hitting it big in real estate." I tensed, thrown by the seeming non sequitur. "Well, yes, I had a small marketing company years ago." That must have been quite the experience. Her eyes glinted with undisguised malice. "Considering it went bankrupt amidst rumors of shady practices." The room fell deathly silent, as the other guests froze. My cheeks burned with humiliation and shame over her dredging up that painful history. Edwin quickly tried to change the subject, but Elise plowed onwards mercilessly. "They said you consistently misled clients, over-promising results you couldn't deliver. Shady stuff." Tears of anguish pricked my eyes as old wounds ripped open. I opened my mouth, but no words came out. "Leave it alone, Elise." Edwin said in a carefully measured tone, shooting her a warning look. But she ignored him, keeping her cruel gaze locked on my stricken face. I'm just curious, what drove you to be such a unethical businesswoman back then? Did the ends always justify the means for you? That did it. The floodgates burst open as years of pent-up hurt came pouring out. You smug, sanctimonious little brat! I exploded, shocking everyone with my outburst. You have no idea what you're talking about. Elise recoiled, her sneer faltering for the first time. But I was on a roll, unleashing a torrent of raw emotion. Maybe my business failed, but at least I took risks and worked for everything I have. What have you ever done besides being a spiteful, ungrateful leech on your father? Her face contorted with fury as she opened her mouth, but I cut her off. Save your vicious lies. I'm done walking on eggshells around your childish tantrums. I whirled towards the gaping guests. I'm so sorry, but I've lost my appetite. Grabbing my purse, I stormed out, leaving chaos in my wake. As I broke down in heaving sobs in the privacy of my car, one gut-wrenching truth became excruciatingly clear. Any hope of Elise and I achieving a real family bond was dead. She had crossed a line that could never be uncrossed. If she wanted a war, she had just gotten one. I would match her blow for blow until she learned her place. The gloves were officially off. After the disastrous dinner party, the atmosphere at home was more toxic than ever. Edwin kept trying to play peacemaker, but Elise and I were done pulling punches. You're going to have to choose sides eventually, Dad, she sneered one night over a frosty, silent meal. Whose life is more important, mine or your little wife's? Edwin looked pained, but remained infuriatingly neutral. Don't make me pick between my family, Elise. Can't we all just get along? Elise laughed derisively. Yeah, like that's possible with her around poisoning everything. I bit back the urge to slap that sneer off her smug face. Instead, I decided to take the gloves off in a different way, by hitting her where it would hurt most. Over the next few weeks, I discreetly started digging into Elise's life outside our home. What I uncovered sickened yet unsurprised me. Falsified transcripts, incidents of cheating and plagiarism, fake letters attesting to charitable work she'd never done. This perfect daughter was a fraud, plain and simple. No wonder she hated my presence. I represented a threat to her precious facade of virtue. Armed with my damning new intel, I calmly confronted her one afternoon. Your grades and extracurriculars seem embellished. She stiffened, those cold eyes burning into me. You're delusional. Everything's legitimate. I have proof that says otherwise. I ticked off each infraction evenly. Cheating, plagiarism, forgery. Should I go on? For a split second, I saw a flicker of fear cross her face before the scornful mask slipped back on. You're bluffing. You don't have anything. Don't I? I pulled out a thick file detailing every lie, every deception. Want to tell your father the truth about his perfect princess? Elise's knuckles whitened as she clenched her fists, eyes blazing pure hatred. You're going to regret this, she hissed. Am I? I shrugged nonchalantly. Your move? The next day, she made her next move all right, but it backfired spectacularly. While I was in the backyard, a heavy flower pot came crashing down from the second story just feet away from me. Edwin came running, panic etched across his face. What happened? Ask your darling Elise, I spat, shaken from the near miss but keeping my cool. She just tried to crush my skull. Elise stormed outside, face flushed with rage. You're lying. It was an accident. I crossed my arms unmoved. Save your lies. We both know you wanted me seriously hurt. Father and daughter faced off in stony silence before Elise finally caved under our scrutiny. So what if I did? She snarled, voice dripping venom. You're a psycho who deserves worse. My heart broke seeing the look of devastated betrayal on Edwin's face. This was his baby girl talking. What had caused her to evolve into such a twisted, vindictive shell? For the first time since entering this nightmare, a tiny flicker of pity sparked within me for Elise. Whatever hurts lay beneath, whatever demons drove her, they ran deeper than I could fathom. But that small pity was quickly extinguished as I realized with chilling certainty that there was no reaching her, no voice of reason that could penetrate her toxic darkness. Our war had finally entered the realm of life and death, and in that merciless realm, I vowed to be the last one standing, no matter how destructive the fallout. I was done being a victim to Elise's depravity. In the days following Elise's flower pot attack, the war between us escalated to dizzying heights. I started compiling an airtight dossier of every despicable act, every lie she'd ever committed, forged letters of recommendation, plagiarized essays, caught cheating on exams. Not one instance of academic misconduct was left out, as I methodically built an undeniable case against her. Elise remained frighteningly brazen, shooting me contemptuous looks, but staying uncharacteristically silent. For now. Edwin, meanwhile, was a hollow shell of himself, the life gradually beaten out by the trauma of seeing his once angelic daughter's true nature unveiled. I ached for him, but my pity was overshadowed by pragmatic resolve. I had to protect what was mine, my husband, my home, my life, that she was so hell-bent on destroying. If that meant ruthlessly dismantling her veneer of lies, so be it. One evening, Elise finally emerged from her sullen silence over a tense dinner. "I saw the real estate analyst you hired poking around," she said with a cruel smirk. "Digging up more dirt on me?" I gave a serene smile. "Just covering all my bases." "You're wasting your time." She stabbed a fork into her plate. "Dad would never believe your lies over his own flesh and blood." "We'll see about that," I replied coolly. "The truth has a way of coming out." Her nostrils flared, but I remained unruffled, taking a pointed sip of wine. Let her fume all she wanted, it would be the last of her blustering bravado, because later that night the final stroke was put into motion. While Elise was out with friends, I neatly compiled all the damning evidence and sensitive personal documents into an envelope for Edwin. No more soft peddling, no more appeasing the demon child. It was time he saw with crystalline clarity the despicable lies his daughter had perpetuated. When she finally stomped home well past curfew, I was waiting in the living room, envelope in hand. "You're out pretty late," I remarked mildly. "Fun night?" Elise sneered. "Don't pretend you care about my life." On the contrary. I held up the plump envelope, watching her face pale. "I care very much about the truth coming to light." She opened her mouth, but no words came out as stark realization dawned. "Your father's waiting to finally see the real you," I said softly, letting the implication hang in the air. For once, she seemed at a complete loss. No retort, no bravado to deflect the killing blow I'd been sharpening over these torturous months. "The game's end tonight, Elise," I stated with finality. "Your move." And with that, I brushed past her up the stairs to face the inevitable reckoning with Edwin head-on, ready to watch her world of lies crumble into dust. No more holding back, no more mercy. Tonight, I would have my victory, one way or another. I steeled myself as I entered Edwin's study, the damning envelope clutched tightly. He looked up, his face etched with weary resignation. "What's this about, Marta?" Taking a deep breath, I laid it all out for him. The forgeries, the plagiarism, the utter disregard for ethics and basic human decency. As the evidence mounted, his expression morphed from skepticism to stunned disbelief. This can't be," he stammered, hands trembling as he pored over the documents. "I'm sorry, Edwin," I said, my voice softening slightly. "But it's all true. Elise has been lying to us from the start." The heavy thud of footsteps preceded Elise's furious arrival. "Don't listen to her, Dad," she cried, panic cracking her usually cool veneer. "It's all lies." Edwin slowly turned to face his daughter, anguish and hope warring across his features. "Please, baby, tell me this isn't real." For a suspended moment, I actually thought I saw a flicker of doubt, of regret in Elise's eyes, a chance for her to come clean and atone. But like every other opportunity, it was vaporized by the narcissistic fury that ruled her soul. "Oh, it's real, all right." She spat with blistering contempt. Every last word of her twisted little stories. "You want to know why, Dad? Because that psycho bitch has been out to destroy me from day one." White-hot rage contorted her delicate features into an unrecognizable mask of hatred as she turned her venom on me. "I saw you for what you are the moment we met, a pathetic, insecure fraud trying to buy her way into our family." Edwin made a strangled noise, as if struck by the cruel verbal blows. But Elise was far from done, the floodgates of long-simmering resentments finally bursting open. "You think paying for my tuition earned you a place here? You were nothing but Dad's glorified sugar baby until I came along and exposed you for the lying snake you are." I opened my mouth, but she barreled onward in a fever pitch. "All you've done is poison everything with your evil mind games. Well, congratulations, Daddy's latest whore. You finally turned him against his own flesh and blood." Edwin looked like he'd been shot, crumpling into his chair in a daze of devastated heartbreak. Finally, blessedly, Elise seemed to run out of vicious steam, her chest heaving. An oppressive silence swallowed the room as the shockwaves of her hate-laced tirade faded. Then Edwin raised his head and fixed his only child with a look of cold, hard resolution. "Get out," he said in a toneless rasp. "I don't want to look at you right now." Elise actually flinched like she'd been slapped. "What?" "You heard me," he stated with quiet steel, more emotion in those 2 words than 1,000 screams. "Get out." Whatever fleeting sympathy I'd felt for Elise in that moment vanished as the sheer extent of her maliciousness, her irredeemable depravity, crystallized before my eyes. This was no wounded, conflicted teenager acting out. This was a diabolical force of hate and selfishness that could never be reasoned with, never be redeemed, only cut out like the cancer it was before it metastasized. As Elise stormed out in a haze of fury and denial, it was like a crushing weight lifted from my shoulders. At long last, the storm had broken. Now, only the reckoning remained. The aftermath of Elise's volcanic outburst was like the eerie calm after a devastating storm. Edwin and I sat in numb silence, the weight of her hatred still suffocating the room. Finally, he spoke in a hoarse whisper. "All those years, how could I have been so blind?" I wanted to offer some reassurance, but what could I possibly say? The truth was a bitter pill. His beloved daughter was a master deceiver who had played him like a violin. Elise eventually slunk back, eyes still blazing defiance. "You're really going to take her lies over your own child?" she spat. Edwin slowly rose, a broken man, but one who had glimpsed the unvarnished truth at last. "Those weren't lies, Elise. They were facts you can no longer deny." She opened her mouth, grasping for another retort, but he raised a weary hand. "Enough. I can't even look at you right now." "What are you saying?" Her voice quavered for the first time. "I'm saying that until you take responsibility for your actions, I want you out of this house." The words seemed to drain him of his last reserves. Elise actually rocked back on her heels, stunned. "You're kicking me out?" "You're an adult now," Edwin stated flatly. "If you want to embrace being a liar and cheat, you can do it elsewhere." A snarl twisted her lips as the transgressor's mask slipped back on. "Fine, I never wanted to be part of this screwed-up family anyway." As she turned to storm off, no doubt plotting her revenge, I finally couldn't resist one last parting shot. "That's right, Elise. Run along like you always do when confronted with the consequences of your cruelty. Clearly Mom's training paid off spectacularly." She froze, then whirled with a look of such smoldering hatred it actually sent a chill down my spine. "Don't you dare bring my mother into this," she hissed in a low, dangerous tone. I simply gave her a level look. "Why? Ashamed of the miserable witch who warped you into her own poisonous image?" Her hands clenched into trembling fists as she drew a shuddering breath, visibly fighting for control. "At least she was flesh and blood," Elise finally spat. "Not some desperate, soulless lesion like you'll always be." With that Zaprusky strike, she whirled and stormed out, leaving me reeling from the verbal blast radius. As the full sting of her parting insult lanced through me, I had to fight back the gut punch of shame and hurt it triggered. For all my tough posturing, her cruel talent for cutting me where it hurt most remained as sharp as ever. But this time, it would be the last time. Because in finally unleashing the harsh consequences her behavior deserved, a line had been irrevocably crossed. There would be no makeup, no forgiveness tour. My war with Elise was over. I had cut her toxicity out of my life forever, even if her final strikes still found their mark. The weeks after kicking Elise out were some of the darkest of my life. Our once happy home felt haunted by the specter of betrayal and toxic vitriol we'd endured. Edwin was a shell of himself, plagued by waves of guilt for being so blind to his own daughter's malignant nature for so long. I did my best to comfort him, but his anguish constantly reopened the wounds Elise had carved into our family. "How could I have failed her so utterly as a father?" he'd lament, tears in his eyes. "What did I do to make her that hateful?" All I could do was hold him, knowing there were no easy answers. Elise's hatred seemed to have taken root long before I arrived, her cruel depravity already metastasizing unchecked. Our arrival had simply been the catalyst that ignited her worst impulses in an effort to destroy what she couldn't control. As the weeks dragged into months with no word from Elise, a tense unease gripped me. Was this just the warped calm before her inevitable counterattack? A part of me remained on edge, wondering when and how she'd strike back in retaliation. But that vigilance gradually faded as the weeks became months of blissful silence. Then, one sunny April morning, the doorbell rang. I tensed automatically until Edwin called out in shock. "Marta? It's Elise." My heart pounded as I rounded the corner to indeed find Elise on our doorstep, looking haggard and humbled. She avoided my gaze as a heavy silence stretched between us all. Finally, she spoke in a low, gravelly tone. I hit rock bottom, lost my job, got kicked out of my place." She swallowed hard, the very act of vulnerability seemingly agonizing for her. "I have nowhere else to go." Tears sprang to Edwin's eyes as he reached out a trembling hand. "Oh, sweetheart." Elise flinched like she'd been struck. "Dad, please, don't. I don't deserve your sympathy after—" Her voice cracked with a rawness I'd never heard from her. "After everything." An endless, weighty pause consumed the air before she almost inaudibly uttered two words that stopped my heart. "I'm sorry." Another deafening silence as we both processed the impossible. Elise was finally facing the consequences of her malice and depravity with something resembling accountability. Then, to my utter astonishment, she turned her hollow gaze towards me. "Marta, I have put you through hell with my behavior, my anger, my cruel words. None of it was justified." I could only stare in shock as she squared her shoulders, almost violently forcing out the words. "You were right to cut me off, maybe by feeling what it's like to truly hit bottom." She trailed off, a muscle twitching in her jaw, before rallying once more. "I just hope I can begin trying to make amends. If you'll give me the chance." My breath caught in my throat as years of torment and suffering crashed together in a maelstrom of conflicting emotion. This was the reptilian brain's ultimate test: flee the source of trauma, or risk opening myself to further torment by extending an olive branch. As I met Edwin's fragile, pleading look, I realized only one path could even begin to heal our fractured family. Exhaling deeply, I finally spoke in a voice considerably calmer than I felt. "Come inside, Elise. We have a lot to talk about."
I stared at my phone, the screen's harsh glare burning the image into my retinas. 3 photos, each more damning than the last. My husband of 17 years, Michael, locked in an intimate embrace with a woman I didn't recognize. Her red dress matched the awning of Le Petit Jardin, our most successful restaurant. My name is Annabelle, and until 10 minutes ago, I thought I had everything figured out. "Mom, where's Dad?" "He promised to help with my science project." Cameron's voice carried from the kitchen, yanking me back to reality. "He's running late, sweetie." The lie tasted bitter. I locked my phone and slipped it into my pocket, my hands trembling slightly. "I can help you instead." But he promised. The disappointment in my 14-year-old's voice cut deeper than the photos. I walked into the kitchen, where Cameron sat surrounded by papers and what looked like half of our recycling bin. His younger brother, Lucas, was sprawled on the floor, methodically arranging action figures in battle formation. "What's the project about?" I asked, forcing myself to focus on the present moment. "Renewable energy. We're building a wind turbine." Cameron pushed his glasses up his nose, a gesture so like his father's it made my chest ache. "Dad said he'd bring some materials from the restaurant supply room." Of course he did. Another promise he wouldn't keep. I gripped the kitchen counter, my knuckles white. "I'll call him." The phone rang 6 times before going to voicemail. I sent a text instead. "Where are you?" "The kids are waiting." 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Finally, "Stuck in meetings. Won't make it." "Sorry. Meetings." Right. The timestamp on those photos was from 30 minutes ago. "He's not coming, is he?" Cameron's voice was flat, resigned. When had my son learned to expect disappointment? No, but my phone buzzed again. Another message, this time from an unknown number. "There's more you should know. Meet me at Cafe Luna tomorrow, 2 p.m. Mom. Lucas looked up from his toys. "Your face is doing that thing." "What thing?" "The scary thing. Like when the health inspector came." I forced a smile. "Everything's fine. Cameron, grab your coat. We're going to the hardware store for your project supplies. Luke, you too. We'll get ice cream after." But it's almost dinner time, Cameron protested. Then we'll have dessert first. The words came out sharper than intended. Both boys stared at me. Sometimes rules need to be broken. Like marriage vows, apparently. As I drove to the hardware store, my mind raced through the past few months. The late meetings, the business trips, the new cologne. Classic signs I'd chosen to ignore because I was too busy running our restaurant empire. Too confident in our shared success to imagine he'd risk it all. My phone buzzed again in my pocket. I ignored it until we parked. Another photo. This time, Michael was leaving a jewelry store, a small bag in his hand. The timestamp was from last week, the day before our wedding anniversary. I'd received nothing but a distracted kiss and a mumbled, "Sorry, crazy day." "Mom." Cameron's voice pulled me back again. "Are you okay?" I looked at my sons. One so serious, one still lost in imagination, and made a decision. Michael could betray me, but he wouldn't destroy what we'd built. Not the restaurants, and certainly not our family. "I'm better than okay," I said, pulling out my wallet. "I'm about to teach you both something important about wind and change." I paused, meeting Cameron's worried gaze. Sometimes the strongest structures are the ones that know how to bend without breaking. I stepped out of the car, already composing a message to the unknown number. I'd be at Café Luna tomorrow, ready to learn exactly how much bending would be required before something, or someone, broke. The morning rush at Le Petit Jardin felt different now. Every server's smile, every clink of plates carried whispers of secrets I couldn't unhear. I checked my watch, 4 hours until my meeting at Café Luna. The supplier's invoice doesn't match our order again. Natalie, my childhood friend and business partner, dropped a stack of papers on my desk. Third time this month. Michael usually handles this. Michael's been handling a lot of things lately. I scrolled through the numbers on my laptop, trying to focus. "Did you notice anything odd about his expenses last quarter?" Natalie's pause was a fraction too long. "Define odd." "Never mind." I closed the laptop. "I need to check something at the bank. Can you handle the lunch service?" "Anna." Natalie's hand caught my arm. "What's really going on?" Before I could answer, Cameron appeared in the doorway, still in his school uniform. "Dad's assistant called. He can't make my game tonight." My son's face was carefully blank, a mask I recognized from my own mirror. "I thought today was just practice." "It's the championship." I told him 3 weeks ago. Cameron's voice cracked slightly. He promised he'd be there. I stood up, my chair scraping against the floor. "I'll be there." "It's not the same." He turned and walked away, leaving the door open behind him. "That's the 4th promise Michael's broken this week," Natalie said quietly. "5th. I grabbed my purse. "But who's counting?" At the bank, the teller's sympathetic smile set off warning bells. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Lawson, but I can't access those accounts without both signatures." "Both signatures?" "These are business accounts I've managed for 15 years. The permissions were changed last week." Mr. Lawson's orders. The floor seemed to tilt beneath my feet. "When exactly?" She checked her screen. "Tuesday, 2:15 p.m. The same day as those photos." While I was teaching Lucas to ride his bike without training wheels, Michael was systematically cutting off my access to our life's work. My phone buzzed. Unknown number again. "Don't go to Café Luna. Meet at the docks instead. Bring the USB drive from Michael's office safe." "What USB drive?" I drove to our flagship restaurant, Le Jardin Original, where Michael kept his main office. The safe was hidden behind a vintage wine poster, his idea of subtle. The combination was our wedding date, or at least it used to be. Wrong code. I tried his birthday. Nothing. Lucas's birthday. Cameron's. Nothing. Then I remembered the jewelry store timestamp from the photo, April 15th. The safe clicked open. Inside, beneath insurance papers and property deeds, sat a small black USB drive. As I reached for it, voices approached the office. "The merger paperwork is ready." Michael's voice. "Once Annabelle signs over her shares." "She won't." A woman's voice. "You said she's too emotionally invested in these restaurants. Everyone has a price, Jessica. Even my wife." I slipped the USB drive into my pocket just as the door opened. Michael froze, his hands still on the doorknob. Behind him stood a woman in a familiar red dress. "Annabelle." Michael recovered first. What are you doing here? Apparently interrupting a merger discussion. I met the woman's Jessica's startled gaze. Funny, I don't recall any merger plans being presented to the board. It's preliminary, Michael said smoothly. Jessica's family owns a restaurant group out west. We're exploring opportunities. Among other things, I held up my phone, showing them the photo from yesterday. Jessica's face flushed. Michael's went cold. You're having me followed? Someone is. The question is why they want me to know. I moved toward the door. Oh, and Michael? Cameron's championship game is tonight. But you knew that, didn't you? I walked out, my heels clicking against the hardwood floors he'd insisted on installing. Behind me, I heard Jessica ask, "What championship game?" My phone buzzed again. Change of plans. Bring the drive to Dock 27 at midnight. Come alone. I touched the USB drive in my pocket, wondering what secrets it held that were worth all this cloak and dagger drama. More importantly, who was orchestrating this elaborate reveal of Michael's betrayal? One thing was certain. I had a championship game to attend first. Some promises needed to be kept, even if they weren't our own. The USB drive sat untouched on my desk while I watched Cameron's team lose the championship. Michael never showed. Now, at 11:45 p.m., I stood at Dock 27, the autumn wind carrying the scent of salt and diesel fuel. My phone buzzed, walked to the end. Look inside the blue shipping container. The container's door creaked open to reveal a makeshift office, desk, chairs, and walls plastered with photographs. My stomach lurched. Every image showed Michael and Jessica. Dinner dates, hotel meetings, intimate moments spanning months. Years. Quite the collection, isn't it? I spun around. A man emerged from the shadows, his silver hair catching the dim light. Henry Walters, he said. Private investigator. Your husband's been keeping me busy. You sent the photos? Jessica Monroe hired me 6 months ago to investigate Michael. Seems she wanted to verify his claims about being separated from his wife before investing in their partnership. He gestured at the walls. She wasn't pleased with my findings. 6 months. My voice sounded distant, hollow. The merger plans go back further than that. Henry handed me a folder. Your husband's been siphoning money from your restaurants for over a year. The USB drive contains proof, transaction records, offshore accounts, shell companies. The folder held more photos. Michael at banks, in meetings with people I didn't recognize, exchanging envelopes in parking lots. Why are you showing me this? Because Jessica Monroe discovered she wasn't his first affair or his first business partner to be betrayed. Henry's voice hardened. She wants him stopped. My phone lit up with a text from Cameron. Mom, Dad's here. He's taking stuff from his office. Luke's scared. I have to go. I shoved the folder into my bag. Mrs. Lawson. Henry caught my arm. There's more. The merger? It's a hostile takeover. Once it's complete, you'll lose everything. The restaurants, the houses, even custody of your children. Michael's lawyers have already drawn up the papers. I ran to my car, breaking every speed limit between the docks and home. Michael's Mercedes sat in our driveway, trunk open. Inside, Lucas huddled on the stairs while Cameron stood guard. What's going on? I demanded. Michael emerged from his office carrying a box. Just collecting some personal items. At midnight, the merger meeting got moved up. He wouldn't meet my eyes. Jessica's board wants to finalize things tomorrow. Does her board know about the other women? The words escaped before I could stop them. Or just the money you've been stealing? Michael froze. What are you talking about? The USB drive in your safe. The offshore accounts. Henry Walters says hello, by the way. The box slipped from his hands, papers scattering across the floor. Among them, custody documents with my name highlighted. You're trying to take my children? My voice shook with rage. They need stability. Stability. I laughed, the sound sharp and foreign. Like missing Cameron's championship game? Like making Lucas cry himself to sleep because you forgot his birthday? Mom. Cameron's voice cracked. Go upstairs, both of you, I said, not taking my eyes off Michael. Pack overnight bags. We're staying at Aunt Natalie's. You can't take them. Michael stepped forward. I won't allow. Like you didn't allow me access to our accounts? I pulled out my phone. Should I call the police about the embezzlement? Or maybe the IRS would be interested in those offshore transfers. You're bluffing. Try me. I held up the USB drive. I haven't looked at this yet. Wanna tell me what I'll find? Michael's face contorted. You bitch. Dad. Cameron stood at the top of the stairs, Lucas clutching his hand. Both boys stared at their father, seeing him clearly for the first time. Michael stepped back, straightening his tie. This isn't over. No, I agreed. It's just beginning. After he left, I held my boys while they cried, their tears soaking my shirt. My phone buzzed with a text from Henry. There's a lawyer you should meet. Thomas Reed. He specializes in cases like yours. I looked at the custody papers scattered across the floor, at the USB drive that could destroy the man I once loved, at my children's shattered innocence. Mom, Lucas whispered. Are we going to be okay? I kissed his forehead, tasting salt. Yes, baby. We're going to be more than okay. We're going to fight back. Natalie's guest room felt like exile. 3 days of sleeping on borrowed sheets while my children whispered in the next room, trying to make sense of their shattered world. The USB drive's contents spread across my laptop screen. Transaction records, secret accounts, emails that made my stomach turn. You need to see this. Thomas Reed, the lawyer Henry recommended, placed a document on Natalie's kitchen table. Michael filed for emergency custody this morning. I scanned the papers, my coffee growing cold. He claims I'm unstable and that you're embezzling funds. Thomas's voice remained steady, professional. He's painting you as a vindictive wife manufacturing evidence to destroy him. He's using my own strategy against me. Smart move. Thomas leaned back, studying me. The judge will freeze all assets pending investigation, including your personal accounts. A door creaked upstairs. Cameron appeared, Lucas trailing behind him. They'd gotten ready for school without being asked, their small act of independence breaking my heart. Mom. Cameron held out his phone. Dad wants us to have dinner with him. And Jessica. Lucas's face crumpled. I don't want to meet her. You don't have to. The words came out sharper than intended. Thomas raised an eyebrow. Actually, he said gently, refusing could support Michael's claims about parental alienation. My fingers curled around my coffee mug, knuckles white. When? Tonight, Cameron said. At Le Petit Jardin. Our restaurant. Our first success. Now his battlefield. I'll drive you, I managed. He sent a car. Cameron wouldn't meet my eyes. It's already outside. Through Natalie's window, I saw the sleek town car idling in the driveway. Michael's power play, delivered with perfect timing. Go get ready, I said. I need to speak with Mr. Reed. Once they were upstairs, Thomas slid another document across the table. There's something else. The merger agreement? Jessica Monroe isn't the primary investor. What? Her name's being used as cover. The real money comes from Carlton Industries. The mug slipped from my hands, coffee spreading like blood across the papers. Carlton Industries, the corporation that tried to buy us out 5 years ago. Michael had called them vultures, swore we'd never sell. He's not just taking my children, I whispered. He's selling our entire legacy to the people who wanted to destroy it. Mom. Lucas stood in the doorway, backpack clutched to his chest. Are you crying? No, baby. I wiped my eyes. Just spilled my coffee. The boys left in Michael's car, Lucas looking back until they turned the corner. I watched them disappear, remembering another morning years ago, when Michael and I had sworn to build something lasting for our children. The custody hearing is Friday, Thomas said. We need to move fast. What are my options? Legal ones? Limited. But he hesitated. Henry Walters sent me something interesting about Jessica Monroe's past. Seems she has her own secrets. My phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. Meet me at Le Petit Jardin. Back entrance. Aggie. Jessica wants to meet, I said. Thomas frowned. It's probably a trap. Or an opportunity. I stood up, decision made. What time's your last appointment today? 6. Why? Because I need you to be my backup. If I'm not out by 7, call this number. I wrote down Henry's contact. And Thomas? Thank you for not telling me to take the high road. He gathered his papers, a hint of a smile playing at his lips. The high road rarely leads to justice, Mrs. Lawson. Sometimes you have to dig through the dirt to find the truth. I watched him leave, then opened my phone's gallery. A photo from 3 years ago. Michael and me at Le Petit Jardin's anniversary party, champagne glasses raised in triumph. His smile held secrets even then, I realized. I just hadn't wanted to see them. Time to stop playing defense. Michael thought he could use our children as pawns? Fine. But he'd forgotten who taught him how to play chess in the first place. I texted Jessica back. See you at 6. Le Petit Jardin's back entrance still smelled of garlic and rosemary. Jessica Monroe waited in the shadows, her red dress replaced by a tailored black suit that screamed corporate takeover. Your children seem sweet, she said. Cameron has your eyes. My hand tightened on my purse. Skip the small talk. Why am I here? Because Michael's lying to both of us. She pulled out a tablet. Carlton Industries didn't approach him. He approached them. 6 months before he met me. The security light flickered, casting strange shadows across her face. Why should I believe you? Because I just lost $30 million investing in a lie. She handed me the tablet. And because he's meeting with their board right now, selling them controlling interest in all our properties. Including mine. Email trails, meeting minutes, transaction records, all documenting Michael's systematic betrayal of everyone who trusted him. You were never his partner. I was his mark. Jessica's laugh held no humor. Just like you. A text lit up my phone, Cameron. Dad's taking us to Carlton Industries' office. Says we need to meet important people. He's using our children as props, I said, my voice hollow. To seal the deal. There's more. Jessica glanced over her shoulder. Carlton plans to liquidate everything. The restaurants, the properties. All of it. They'll strip the assets and fire everyone. 17 years of work. Hundreds of employees. Our children's inheritance. All being dismantled in a boardroom while Michael paraded our sons like show ponies. I have a proposition, Jessica said. One that could save everything. I'm listening. I have proof of Michael's fraud. Recordings, documents. Enough to stop the sale and put him away. She paused. But I need your help to use it. What's the catch? We have to act tonight. And she hesitated. It'll destroy him completely. Your sons will lose their father. My phone buzzed again. A photo from Lucas. Him and Cameron in Carlton's lobby, Michael's hand on their shoulders, his smile triumphant. They've already lost their father, I said. They just don't know it yet. Jessica nodded. Meet me at Thomas Reed's office in an hour. Bring the USB drive. Why Thomas? Because he's not just a divorce lawyer. He specializes in corporate fraud. She smiled grimly. And he's been building a case against Carlton Industries for years. I left through the kitchen, passing the spot where Michael and I first kissed, where we celebrated our first Michelin star, where Cameron took his first steps. Each memory felt like a knife now. Thomas was waiting outside his office, jacket discarded, sleeves rolled up. Jessica called. You ready for this? No, I admitted. But I'm doing it anyway. Inside, spread across his conference table, lay the ruins of my marriage and the blueprint for Michael's destruction. Jessica's evidence, combined with the USB drive and Thomas's Carlton Industries investigation, painted a picture of corruption that went beyond simple betrayal. Once we file these papers, Thomas said, there's no going back. Michael will face criminal charges. The press will be brutal. My phone lit up one last time. A message from Cameron, Mom, something feels wrong. Dad's acting strange. Can you come get us? Make the calls, I told Thomas. But first, I need to get my children. Anna. He caught my arm. Be careful. Michael's desperate. Desperate people. Do desperate things? I pulled away. I know. I'm about to do something desperate myself. I texted Cameron back. On my way. Stay in the lobby. Jessica watched me gather my things. You know this isn't just about revenge anymore, right? It never was. I met her gaze. It's about justice. And protecting what matters. As I drove toward Carlton Industries, my rearview mirror showed Le Petit Jardin's lights going dark. Our first restaurant, where we'd built our dreams. By morning, those dreams would be ashes. But from them, something new would rise. Something stronger. Something honest. Something worth fighting for. Carlton Industries' lobby gleamed with cold marble and colder ambition. Cameron and Lucas weren't there. Instead, Michael waited by the elevator, his smile sharp as broken glass. "They're upstairs," he said, "signing some papers. They're minors. They can't sign anything." "No, but you can." He held up a manila envelope. "Full custody, control of all assets, everything you want. Just sign over your shares to Carlton." My phone buzzed. "Thomas. Don't sign anything. Jessica found something big. Stall him." "Where are my children, Michael?" "Safe. With people who understand business." The elevator opened. "Shall we?" The ride up felt endless. Through the glass walls, the city sparkled like scattered diamonds. Our restaurants were out there, lights still burning, staff still serving, unaware their world was ending. The boardroom door opened to reveal Carlton's CEO, Richard Barnes, with our sons. Lucas clutched Cameron's hand, both boys pale under the fluorescent lights. "Mom," Cameron started. "Quiet," Michael snapped. Lucas flinched. "Mrs. Lawson." Barnes gestured to a chair. "Let's discuss the future of your family's legacy. Let my children leave first." "They stay." Michael's voice had an edge I'd never heard before. "Sign the papers, Anna. Don't make this harder." My phone vibrated again. "Jessica, don't sign. Evidence of kidnapping plot. FBI involved. Thomas calling now. You were going to take them, weren't you?" The realization hit like ice water. "After the sale. That's why you filed for emergency custody." Michael's smile slipped. "You always were too clever." "Dad." Cameron's voice cracked. "What's he talking about?" "A fresh start," Michael said. "Away from all this mess. Away from her." The boardroom phone rang. Barnes answered, his face darkening. "What do you mean, federal agents?" Chaos erupted. Michael lunged for the papers. Cameron grabbed Lucas, pulling him toward the door. Barnes shouted into the phone. "Stop them," Michael ordered, but I was already moving, placing myself between my children and the men who thought they could buy them. "It's over," I said. "The FBI has everything. The fraud, the embezzlement, the custody plot. Jessica gave them all of it." Michael's laugh turned ugly. "Jessica? My Jessica? She wouldn't." "Your Jessica?" A new voice cut through the chaos. Jessica stood in the doorway, flanked by federal agents. "I was never yours, Michael. Just like these restaurants were never just yours. You forgot the cardinal rule of business. Never underestimate your partner," I finished. The agents moved in. Michael's face contorted with rage. "You'll regret this. All of you." You'll what?" Thomas appeared behind Jessica, his usual calm replaced by cold fury. "Threaten your children again? Add witness intimidation to your charges." Lucas broke free, running to me. Cameron followed, his teenage composure finally cracking. I held them both as the agents read Michael his rights, as Barnes was led away in handcuffs, as our world shifted on its axis once again. "Mom," Lucas whispered against my shirt. "Is it really over?" I met Jessica's eyes over their heads. She nodded slightly, holding up her phone. On the screen, headlines were already breaking. Carlton Industries CEO arrested in fraud scheme. Restaurant empire saved by whistleblowers. "Almost," I told him. "We just have to be brave a little longer." Later, in Thomas's office, surrounded by federal agents and paperwork, Cameron asked the question I'd been dreading. "Will we ever see Dad again?" The answer stuck in my throat. "How do you tell your children their father chose greed over them? That he'd planned to steal them away, destroy everything we'd built, all for power and pride? Your father made some bad choices," Thomas said gently. "But that doesn't erase the good memories. It just means we have to make new ones." My phone lit up one last time. "Natalie, the restaurants are packed. Everyone's talking about how you saved them. When are you coming home?" Home. Not to the house Michael and I had shared, but to the restaurants where our dream began, where our children grew up, where, perhaps, we could build something new from the ashes of betrayal. Soon, I texted back. "We're all coming home soon." The prison visiting room smelled of industrial cleaner and desperation. Michael sat across from me, orange jumpsuit stark against his pale skin. 3 weeks in custody had stripped away his polished veneer. "The prosecutors offered a deal," I said, sliding the document across the table. "Sign over your shares. Testify against Carlton Industries, and they'll recommend reduced sentencing. His laugh held no humor. So you get everything? The restaurants, the children, the legacy. Our children aren't assets, Michael. They never were. No. He leaned forward. Then why bring the deal yourself? Why not let the lawyers handle it? Because Cameron asked me to. The words hung between us. He wants to understand why. Michael's facade cracked slightly. How are they? Lucas has nightmares. Cameron's in therapy. They both miss their father, but they're afraid of the man he became. The man I became? His voice sharpened. I became exactly what you wanted. Successful, powerful, unstoppable. I wanted a partner. A father for our children. Not. I gestured at the prison walls. A criminal? He smiled. That familiar sharp-edged grin. Check your text messages. My phone buzzed on cue. An unknown number. The offshore accounts weren't all his. Check the dates. What is this? Insurance. Michael sat back. You really think I acted alone? That sweet Jessica wasn't playing both sides? That your precious Thomas Reed's hands are clean? The guard stepped closer, sensing tension. You're lying, I said, but doubt crept in. We have proof. You have what we wanted you to have. Another text lit up my phone. Restaurant inspection records, dated before our marriage. Health code violations, buried bribes. That's right, Michael whispered. Our empire was built on fraud from the beginning. Your signature's on those early papers too, Anna. How long before someone connects the dots? My hands shook. The children. We'll lose both parents instead of one. He pushed the plea deal away. Unless we protect each other. Like we used to. The guard called time. I stood, legs unsteady. Think about it, Michael said. You have 24 hours before I tell the prosecutors everything. Including your role in the early days. Outside, Thomas waited by the car. Are you okay? You look pale. My phone buzzed again. Another text, this time with proof. My signature on falsified documents from 15 years ago. Documents I'd signed without reading, trusting Michael's guidance. Anna, Thomas touched my arm. Take me to Jessica's office, I said. Now. Jessica was waiting, her office view of the city as impressive as ever. He told you. You knew. It wasn't a question. Of course I knew. Why do you think I helped you? She poured 3 drinks. The question is, what are you going to do about it? There's nothing to do, Thomas said. The statute of limitations doesn't apply to ongoing fraud. Jessica handed me a drink. Which is why we need to end this. Tonight. My phone lit up one final time. Michael again, last chance. Protection or destruction? Your choice. I thought of Cameron's therapy sessions, Lucas's nightmares, the staff who trusted us, the legacy we'd built on lies. No more deals, I said. No more secrets. You'll lose everything, Jessica warned. No. I pulled out my own file, documents I'd gathered after that first anonymous photo, insurance of my own. We all will. Unless we do this right. Thomas read the file, his eyes widening. This would implicate everyone. Carlton Industries, the health department, the banks. The whole corrupt system, I finished. Clean slate or no slate. Jessica studied me. You'd sacrifice everything you built? I'd sacrifice everything we stole. I met her gaze. For a chance to build something real. My phone buzzed. Michael's last attempt. Don't do this. I typed back 3 words. Watch me burn. Then I called the prosecutors, ready to tell the whole truth, not just Michael's version. Sometimes justice means burning everything down to build it back right. Sometimes revenge means letting go of who you were to become who you need to be. Le Petit Jardin's kitchen hummed with familiar chaos, pots clanging, orders flying, flames leaping. I stood in the doorway, watching our staff prepare for tonight's reopening. The health inspector signed off on everything, Natalie said, handing me the paperwork. Clean slate. Clean slate. The words echoed from 6 months of investigations, testimonies, and rebuilding. The prosecutors had called it a landmark case in corporate fraud. The papers called it the restaurant empire's fall. Cameron called it finally telling the truth. Mom. Lucas tugged at my sleeve. Can I help plate the desserts? Ask Chef Marcus. I smiled as my youngest raced off, his fear of kitchens apparently cured by weekly cooking lessons with our new head chef. The reporters are gathering outside, Thomas warned, appearing at my side. Ready? Almost. I checked my phone one last time. A message from Jessica. Signed the last deposition. It's done. The investigation had revealed everything. Every bribe, every falsified inspection, every corrupt deal spanning 2 decades. Michael hadn't been wrong about one thing. The rot went deep. But he'd been wrong about me. They're calling you a whistleblower hero, Cameron said, adjusting his new server's apron. At 14, he'd insisted on working the reopening. Heroes don't participate in fraud for 15 years, I replied. No, he agreed. But they stop it when they realize the truth. The dining room filled quickly. Loyal customers, food critics, even some former employees who'd left during Michael's reign. They all wanted to see what would rise from the ashes of scandal. Ladies and gentlemen, I addressed the crowd. Welcome to the truth, where every ingredient, every inspection, every practice is transparent. Cameras flashed. Someone asked about Michael's sentencing next week. Another about the industry-wide reforms our case had triggered. The truth, I continued, is that success built on lies poisons everything it touches. Tonight isn't about revenge or redemption. It's about starting over. About teaching our children that it's never too late to choose integrity. Later, after the last customer left, I found Cameron and Lucas sitting at the bar with Thomas and his daughter Ella, sharing stories about the night service. Did you see that food critic's face when Lucas explained the sustainable sourcing? Cameron laughed. Did you see Mom's face when that reporter asked if she missed the old restaurants? Lucas countered. I saw everything, I said, joining them. Including you switching tables with Sarah when that difficult customer came in. Cameron blushed. She's better with complaints than I am. That's called knowing your strengths. Thomas smiled. Speaking of which, he slid a newspaper across the bar. The headline read, Restaurant Reform Bill Passes. Industry Leaders Credit Loss in Case. Your testimony changed things, he said quietly. Not just for us. My phone buzzed one final time. An unknown number. You destroyed everything we built. No, Michael. We destroyed what we stole. I'm building something real. I deleted the message without responding. Through the windows, dawn painted the sky in shades of possibility. The breakfast crew would arrive soon, ready to start another honest day's work. Mom, Lucas yawned. Can we stay? I want to learn how to make those special pancakes. The ones your father used to make? He shook his head. New ones. Our own recipe. I looked at my sons, Cameron teaching Ella how to properly fold napkins, Lucas sketching pancake designs on a napkin, at Thomas, who'd show me that love could be built on truth instead of ambition. At our new restaurant, smaller than the empire we'd lost, but built on stronger foundations. New recipes sound perfect, I said. The morning light streamed through windows we'd uncovered during renovation, hidden behind years of false walls and fake reviews. Like truth, it illuminated everything, the scars and the beauty, the endings and beginnings. I picked up Lucas's sketch, adding my own notes in the margin. Together, we'd create something that would feed more than ambition, something that would nourish the soul, something real. The kitchen doors swung open. Another day began. This time we'd do it right.
I should have known something was wrong when my sister showed up to my daughter's first birthday party wearing white. Not just any white, a flowing, ethereal dress that looked suspiciously like something you'd wear to announce a pregnancy. I just didn't expect her to actually do it right as I was about to help Lily blow out her candle. My name is Ruby, and I've spent 32 years being the responsible one. The good daughter, the one who always had her act together, while my younger sister Sarah careened from crisis to crisis, leaving our parents to clean up her messes. But that day, watching her steal my baby spotlight with practiced precision, something inside me finally snapped. Everyone, I have amazing news! Sarah's voice cut through the happy birthday song like a knife through butter. My hands froze on the cake knife as 20 pairs of eyes shifted from my beautiful daughter in her pink tutu to my beaming sister. I'm pregnant! The collective gasps and squeals were immediate. My mother burst into tears, rushing to embrace Sarah while my father stood there grinning like he'd just won the lottery. I felt Harper, my best friend, squeeze my shoulder in silent support. "Mama!" Lily's tiny voice brought me back to reality. She sat in her high chair, confused by the sudden shift in attention, her chubby fingers reaching for the rainbow sprinkle cake we'd spent hours perfecting. "Just a minute, sweetie," I managed, forcing a smile. "Looks like Aunt Sarah has some big news." "Oh my God, this is just perfect timing," my mother gushed, still clutching Sarah. "Now the cousins will be so close in age." Sarah untangled herself from our mother's embrace and floated toward me, that familiar calculating look in her eyes that always preceded asking for something. "Actually, Ruby, I've been thinking..." "Here we go. You know how Chad and I are still trying to figure out our living situation?" She gestured vaguely toward her on-again, off-again boyfriend, who was busy stuffing his face with chips in the corner. "Well, your house has that beautiful nursery you designed for Lily." I gripped the cake knife tighter. "What about it?" "Well, Lily's getting bigger now, and you have that spare room upstairs that would make such a cute big girl room for her." Sarah's voice took on that wheedling tone I knew too well. "Maybe you could let me have the nursery. You can just build another one upstairs." The room went quiet, except for Lily's soft babbling. I could feel Harper tensing beside me, ready to jump in, but I held up a hand to stop her. "Let me get this straight," I said, my voice eerily calm. "You want me to give you my nursery? The one I spent months designing and decorating for my daughter?" "Well, yeah," Sarah brightened, mistaking my tone for agreement. "It makes perfect sense. You're established. You're doing so well with your job, and I really need the help right now. Chad's between opportunities and..." "You mean he's unemployed again?" Harper muttered under her breath. "Ruby," my mother cut in, "your sister needs family support right now. You know how hard pregnancy can be, especially when you're..." She paused, glancing at Chad, dealing with various challenges. My father nodded sagely. "It would really help your sister out, Ruby. And you've always been so good at handling things." I looked around the room, at my parents' expectant faces, at Chad's disinterested slouch, at Sarah's practiced pout. Then I looked at my daughter, still waiting patiently for her cake, trusting that Mama would make everything right. Something shifted inside me. Years of being the responsible one, the reliable one, the one who always gave in. It all crystallized into a diamond-hard resolve. I smiled, a cold smile that didn't reach my eyes. "Of course, Sarah. You can bring her things next weekend." Sarah squealed and hugged me, while our parents beamed with approval. Only Harper looked concerned, knowing me well enough to recognize the danger in my tone. "Now," I said, turning back to my daughter, "let's cut this cake, shall we?" As everyone gathered around to sing again, I caught Harper's questioning look. I gave her a slight nod, one that said, "Watch me. Just watch what happens next." Because what my dear family didn't know was that I'd finally learned something important. Sometimes being the responsible one means taking responsibility for your own happiness. And sometimes that means burning it all down. I helped Lily blow out her candle, already planning how to light a much bigger fire. "You're not seriously considering giving her the nursery, are you?" Harper set down her coffee mug with enough force to make the cafe table rattle. 3 days had passed since the birthday party disaster, and my best friend's patience was wearing thinner than mine. "Of course not," I replied, stirring my latte absently. "But you should have seen the text I got this morning. Sarah's already picking out paint colors." Harper pulled out her phone. "Show me." I handed over mine, watching her scroll through the endless stream of messages from my sister. Pictures of cribs, wallpaper samples, and nursery themes flooded the screen, interspersed with comments like, "This is exactly what I want," and "We should start moving things out this weekend." "Jesus," Harper muttered. "She really thinks she's getting your house, doesn't she?" A memory flashed through my mind. "Sarah, 16, taking my prom dress without asking because she needed it more for her junior formal. Me, standing in my closet, finding the dress returned with wine stains and a torn hem. "Remember when she worked for me?" I asked, watching a young mother at the next table trying to wrangle her toddler. 3 months at my company, and she nearly cost us our biggest client because she couldn't be bothered to show up on time. And your parents said you were being too hard on her," Harper finished, "because she was going through a rough patch with what's his name?" "Dylan," I supplied. "Before Chad, after Trevor, but before Marcus." "The one you paid rent for?" "No, that was Josh. Dylan was the one I bailed out of jail after he got drunk and tried to steal a police horse." I laughed, but it came out hollow. God, I sound like a human ATM, don't I? Harper leaned forward. "Ruby, honey, you're not an ATM. You're a doormat, and I say that with love." My phone buzzed again. This time it was my mother. "Sarah's so excited about the nursery. We should all go shopping this weekend. Your father and I can help with the renovation costs for Lily's new room." I showed Harper the message. Her eyes narrowed. "They really think they can just redistribute your house? They've been redistributing my life since I was old enough to have something worth taking." The words came out sharper than I intended. When I got my first job at 16, guess who had to share her paychecks? When I got my college acceptance letters, guess who had to defer a year so Sarah could have her dream gap year in Europe? "Which she quit after 3 weeks, Harper added. "And who paid for the emergency flight home?" I raised my hand like a student answering a question. "This girl." My phone buzzed again. This time it was a real estate listing from Ivy, my agent. A beautiful 3-bedroom condo across town, newly renovated, with a view of the park. Harper peered at the screen. "What's that about?" I stood up, gathering my things. "That's my next appointment. Want to come see what karma looks like?" 20 minutes later, we stood in an empty living room flooded with natural light. Ivy, clipboard in hand, watched me run my fingers along the smooth quartz countertops in the kitchen. "The sellers are motivated," she said. "They'd consider a quick close if the offer's right." I walked to the smaller bedroom, already picturing Lily's toys scattered across the hardwood floors. It was smaller than her current nursery, but it had a window seat perfect for reading stories. "Ruby," Harper called from the master bedroom, "come look at this view." I joined her at the window, taking in the sprawling park below. No shared walls with entitled siblings, no space for family to crash indefinitely, just peace. "What about your house?" Harper asked quietly. I pulled out my phone, showing her the text I'd drafted to Ivy earlier. "List it, price it to sell fast, and don't tell anyone in my family." Ivy appeared in the doorway, her professional mask cracking slightly to reveal a smile. "Are we doing this?" I thought about Sarah's white dress at the party, about my daughter's confused face when her special day was hijacked, about 32 years of being the responsible one, the reliable one, the good daughter. "It's go time," I whispered, hitting send on the text. Harper wrapped an arm around my shoulders. "You know they're going to lose their minds, right?" I watched a young couple playing with their dog in the park below, free and happy in their own space. Maybe it's time they learned what it feels like to lose something they thought they were entitled to. "Shall I draw up the paperwork?" Ivy asked. I nodded, feeling lighter than I had in years. "Make it ironclad. No family discounts this time." The nursery looked different in the harsh light of my phone's camera. Each click captured another piece of evidence, proof that this room had been lovingly created for Lily, not commandeered as a gift for Sarah. Ivy had suggested documenting everything before the sale listing went live. "And this is where the changing table used to be," I narrated quietly, panning across the mint green wall with its hand-painted butterflies, before I moved it to make room for the free sign I'm about to put on it. A soft knock at the door made me jump. "Ruby? Honey? Are you home?" My mother's voice. Of course. I quickly shut off the camera and shoved my phone in my pocket. "Coming!" I opened the front door to find both my parents standing there, matching concerned expressions on their faces. My father held a takeout bag from my favorite Thai place, their standard peace offering. "We brought lunch," my mother said, already pushing past me into the house. "And we wanted to talk about Sarah's nursery." I bit back a correction. Not Sarah's nursery. Never Sarah's nursery. Instead, I smiled. Perfect timing. I was just organizing things upstairs. They followed me to the kitchen, where my mother immediately began unpacking containers of pad thai and green curry. My father settled into his usual chair, the one that would be gone in less than a week. "So," my mother started, sliding a container toward me, "Sarah's been showing me some lovely ideas for the room. She's thinking of a woodland theme, very gender-neutral, since they don't know what they're having yet." I stabbed a piece of chicken with my fork. "That sounds nice. We know this is a big change," my father added, "but your mother and I have been talking. We'd like to help with the renovation costs for Lily's new room. Make it really special for her." "That's so generous," I said, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. "But actually, I've been thinking about Sarah's situation." My mother perked up. "Oh? You're right. She needs support right now. And this house, well, it has so much space. Too much space, really, for just Lily and me." I watched their faces light up with approval and felt a twisted satisfaction. I've decided to make some changes to help accommodate everyone. "Oh, Ruby!" My mother reached across the table to squeeze my hand. "I knew you'd understand. You've always been so practical." A thump from upstairs made us all look up. Lily, waking from her nap. "I'll get her," I said quickly, but my mother was already standing. "Let me. I want to see my grandbaby." I listened to her footsteps on the stairs, counting the seconds until she'd reached the nursery. The nursery where half the furniture was already gone, carefully documented and stored in a rental unit across town. "The realtor thinks it'll sell within days," I whispered to myself. "What was that, honey?" my father asked. "Nothing. Just thinking out loud about paint samples." My mother's voice drifted down from upstairs. "Ruby, where's the rocking chair?" "Oh, I moved it," I called back, "making space for Sarah's things." I heard Lily's happy babbling as my mother brought her downstairs. My daughter took one look at me and announced, "Bye-bye house?" My heart stopped. "What does she mean, bye-bye house?" my mother asked, settling Lily into her high chair. I forced a laugh. "Oh, you know toddlers. She's been saying that to everything lately. Bye-bye spoon, bye-bye cup. It's her new favorite phrase." My father chuckled, but my mother's eyes narrowed slightly. I busied myself wiping invisible crumbs from the counter. "When did you say Sarah could start moving things in?" she asked. "Next weekend," I replied smoothly. "I thought we could make a day of it. Get everyone to help." "That's wonderful." My mother's suspicion evaporated. "I'll call Sarah right now. She'll be so excited." As she stepped into the living room to make the call, my father leaned in close. "You're doing the right thing, Ruby. Family has to stick together." I nodded, thinking of the offer Ivy had texted me this morning. 30,000 over asking price, cash buyers, willing to close in 10 days. My phone buzzed in my pocket. Ivy again. "Offer accepted?" I glanced at my parents, my mother gushing into her phone, my father contentedly eating his lunch, both so certain of their right to redistribute my life. Both so sure I would never say no. "Take it," I typed back. Lily caught my eye from her high chair and grinned. "Bye-bye house," she said again, waving her little hand. I smiled back, my heart racing with equal parts guilt and liberation. That's right, baby girl, I whispered. Bye-bye house, and bye-bye to a whole lot more. You're evil, Harper laughed, slapping another Sarah's Things label on an empty box. Pure evil. I love it. We'd spent the afternoon filling boxes with old newspapers, making them look convincingly heavy. Each one was carefully labeled: Sarah's books, Sarah's winter clothes, Sarah's kitchen stuff. The moving company would be here tomorrow to take my actual belongings to the new condo, but these decoy boxes would stay, completing the illusion that I was making space for my sister. The best part, I said, taping up another box. Sarah texted asking if she could store some things here early. I told her there was plenty of room. Does she have any actual things to store? Nope. But she'll show up with Chad's gaming console and 3 trash bags of laundry, just like last time. Harper snorted. How many times has she temporarily moved in with you? 4. I checked my phone. No, 5. I forgot about the time she got kicked out of that yoga instructor's apartment. The one she was dating while still living with Marcus? That's the one. Lily toddled past us, dragging her favourite stuffed elephant. Bye-bye, house, she called out cheerfully. Harper and I froze. Ruby? My mother's voice came from the front door. Ruby, are you home? Quick, I hissed, shoving the empty boxes behind the couch. Act natural. My mother appeared in the doorway, just as Harper sprawled dramatically across the floor, pretending to play with Lily. Oh, look who's here, my mother cooed at Lily, who immediately ran to her grandmother. And Harper, too. Are you helping Ruby organize? You know me, Harper replied smoothly. Always happy to help with family stuff. My mother's eyes swept the room, taking in the stack of labeled boxes. Oh, good. You're making space for Sarah. She's so excited about moving in. She's already ordered a crib. I felt my eye twitch. She ordered a crib? Yes. It's being delivered next week. I hope that's okay. She used your address since she's staying with Chad right now, and his place is... She wrinkled her nose. Not exactly delivery-friendly. Perfect, I said through gritted teeth. Just perfect. Bye-bye, house, Lily announced again. My mother frowned. She's still saying that. Ruby, do you think she's picking up on some anxiety about the changes? Maybe we should have a family meeting to discuss the transition. No! Harper and I said simultaneously. I mean, I recovered quickly. There's no need. Everything's under control. We're all very excited about Sarah moving in. Right, Harper? Harper's smile could have cracked glass. So excited. Well, I just stopped by to drop off these paint samples Sarah picked out. My mother placed a fan of colour swatches on the coffee table. She's thinking mint green might be too... basic. She was thinking more of a royal purple. I thought about the mint green walls I'd spent weeks perfecting, the ones currently being photographed for the listing. How... unique. Bye-bye, house, Lily said again, pointing at the window where, thankfully, the for sale sign hadn't been installed yet. My mother gathered her purse. I should go. Your father's making dinner tonight, but Sarah might stop by later to measure the windows for curtains. After she left, Harper and I collapsed onto the couch. That was close, she breathed. But Ruby, you have to do something about Lily's new catchphrase before she blows your cover. I know. I picked up my daughter, who immediately started playing with my hair. But she's not wrong. We are saying bye-bye to the house, and to the family's endless expectations. My phone buzzed, a text from Ivy. Sign installation tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. sharp. You ready for this? Harper asked softly. Once that sign goes up, there's no going back. I looked around at the staged boxes, the paint samples, the space that had never really been mine, because my family had always felt entitled to it. Then I looked at my daughter, innocent and happy. unaware that her mother was about to burn every bridge we'd ever crossed. "You know what the worst part is?" I said, bouncing Lily on my knee. "They're so convinced I'll never say no that they're not even bothering to ask permission anymore. They're just taking." "Not for much longer," Harper reminded me. My phone buzzed again. Sarah this time. "Found the perfect chandelier for my nursery. Ordering it now. You don't mind if they deliver it there next week, right? Love you." I showed Harper the text. She raised an eyebrow. "Want me to help you stack more empty boxes?" "Yes," I said, setting Lily down. "And then we're going to practice saying a new phrase. Right, baby girl?" Lily looked up at me with her big brown eyes. "Bye-bye, house?" "No, sweetie. This time we're saying bye-bye, Sarah." I watched through my living room window as Sarah's rented U-Haul truck pulled into my driveway. Right on schedule. My sister sat in the passenger seat, one hand resting on her barely visible baby bump, while Chad attempted a three-point turn that nearly took out my mailbox. My parents' car pulled in right behind them. "Ready?" Harper whispered from beside me. She'd insisted on being here for moral support, though I suspected it was more for the entertainment value. Almost. I checked my phone. The movers had finished clearing out my actual belongings hours ago. The new condo was ready. Lily was safely at daycare. Everything was in place. Just waiting for the perfect moment. Outside, Sarah hopped down from the truck, her face lighting up at the sight of the nursery furniture I'd carefully arranged on the curb with a large, "Free" sign. My mother was already heading for the front door, keyring in hand, the key I'd conveniently forgotten to ask her to return months ago. The doorbell rang. "Places," I muttered to Harper, who retreated to the kitchen with her phone ready to record. I opened the door to find my entire family on the porch, beaming like they'd just won a prize. "We're here," Sarah announced, pushing past me into the house. "Chad, grab those boxes by the door. They're labeled for the nursery. Mom, did you bring the paint samples? And Ruby, we need to talk about that chandelier delivery." She stopped dead in her tracks. The entrance hall was completely empty. No boxes, no furniture, no pictures on the walls. "Ruby?" My mother's voice wavered. "What's going on?" I smiled sweetly. "Oh, did I forget to mention? The house has been sold." The silence that followed was deafening. "What?" Sarah's voice came out as a squeak. "The house is sold." I pointed to the massive "For Sale" sign in the front yard, now sporting a bright red sold sticker across it. "Closing is next week. But... Sarah's face went from confusion to rage in record time. "You can't sell the house. What about the nursery? What about my baby?" "Your baby?" I laughed. "You mean the baby you're having with your unemployed boyfriend, for whom you expected me to give up my daughter's nursery? That baby?" "Ruby," my father stepped forward, using his reasonable voice. "Let's talk about this. You can't just make decisions like this without consulting the family." "Actually, I can. It's my house, my name on the deed, my mortgage payments, my decision." Sarah burst into tears, the dramatic, wailing kind she'd perfected since childhood. "How could you do this to me? I'm pregnant. Where am I supposed to go?" "Not my problem." I gestured to the furniture on the curb. "But feel free to take the nursery set. Consider it my baby shower gift." My mother grabbed my arm. "Ruby, stop this nonsense right now. You're being cruel." "Cruel?" I pulled away from her grip. "Cruel is hijacking my daughter's first birthday party to announce a pregnancy. Cruel is assuming you can just take over my home because Sarah needs another handout. Cruel is never, ever asking what I want or need because you're all too busy taking." "But we're family," Sarah sobbed. "No," I said quietly. "We're not. We're just people who share DNA, and a long history of me giving while you take." Chad, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. "So, like, we drove this U-Haul out here for nothing?" "Not nothing," Harper called from the kitchen doorway, phone still recording. There's some lovely free furniture on the curb. Better hurry though, I posted it on Facebook Marketplace an hour ago. As if on cue, a car pulled up to the curb, and a young couple started loading the changing table into their SUV. This isn't over, Sarah hissed, mascara running down her face. You'll regret this. I doubt it. I opened the front door wider. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to finish packing. The new owners want to do a final walkthrough tomorrow. Ruby, please. My mother tried one last time. We can work this out. I thought about all the times I'd given in to that plea. All the times I'd sacrificed my own needs to work things out for Sarah. Not anymore. The house was mine, I said calmly. I sold it. Have a nice move. I closed the door on their shocked faces, listening to Sarah's wails turn to angry screams outside. Through the window, I watched as another car pulled up for the free furniture, while my family stood frozen in disbelief. Harper stopped recording and gave me a high five. That was beautiful. It's not over, I said, hearing Sarah kick the U-Haul's tire in frustration. They'll be back. Let them come. Harper grinned. We've got it all on video. Outside, the sold sign gleamed in the afternoon sun, a beacon of my liberation. And somewhere across town, in a peaceful condo overlooking a park, my daughter's new room was waiting, free of family drama, free of manipulation, and most importantly, free of Sarah. My phone hadn't stopped buzzing for 3 days. I scrolled through the messages while Lily napped in her new room, the afternoon sun streaming through the Parkview windows. You've reached a new low, read my aunt's text. Your poor sister is devastated. How could you do this to your family? Demanded my cousin. Your father is heartbroken, my mother wrote. He had to take a day off work. The voicemails were worse. Ruby, it's Mum again. Sarah's been throwing up from stress. If anything happens to this baby, it's on you. Call me back. Hey sis, it's me. My lawyer says what you did could be considered emotional distress. Just letting you know. Harper sat across from me at my new kitchen island, reading the messages over my shoulder. Your sister has a lawyer now. She dated one for 2 weeks last year. He gave her his card when she keyed his car. Of course he did. Harper grabbed my phone. That's it. We're blocking them all. Wait. I reached for the phone, but Harper held it away. No waiting. Look at you. You haven't slept properly since the move. You jump every time your phone buzzes. This isn't healthy. She was right. I'd spent 3 nights lying awake, replaying the looks on their faces when they saw the sold sign. The way Sarah's voice cracked when she realized I wasn't joking. My father's disappointed headshake. I swallowed hard. Part of me still wants them to understand, to finally see things from my perspective. They won't, Harper said gently. They've had 32 years to see your perspective. They're not going to start now. My phone buzzed again. This time it was Sarah posting on Facebook. Some people think money and success give them the right to destroy families. Karma will come for those who hurt pregnant women. Sure toxic? Betrayed? Sure family trauma? The comments flooded in immediately. Stay strong, girl. Some sisters are just jealous of new babies. Can't believe anyone would do this to their pregnant sister. Harper made a disgusted noise. Oh, that's rich coming from the woman who announced her pregnancy at her niece's first birthday party. A knock at the door made us both jump. Through the peephole, I saw Chad shifting awkwardly in the hallway. Should I call security? Harper whispered. I shook my head and opened the door. What do you want, Chad? He looked worse than usual, unshaven, wearing a wrinkled t-shirt with what looked like yesterday's pizza stains. She's staying at my place and losing her mind. You broke her, Ruby. I broke her? I laughed incredulously. She tried to take my house. Look, I get it wasn't cool how she asked, but... Asked? I cut him off. She didn't ask. She announced it at my daughter's birthday party and expected me to just hand over my home, just like she's expected me to hand over everything else her entire life. Chad ran a hand through his greasy hair. She's pregnant, man, with my kid. We need help. Then help her yourself. Get a job. Be an actual partner instead of another problem for her to dump on me. You don't understand. No, you don't understand. I stepped into the hallway, closing the door so Lily wouldn't wake up. For years, I've watched Sarah bounce between guys like you, men who think their problems are everyone else's responsibility. And every time she crashes and burns, guess who has to clean up the mess? Not anymore. She's your sister, and I'm done being her safety net. I pulled out my phone, showing him Sarah's Facebook post. Tell her if she wants to talk about karma, she should remember every rent check I covered, every crisis I solved, every time I put her first. Then she can talk about karma. Chad's face hardened. Sarah's right. You're just jealous because she's having a baby and you're alone. I laughed so hard I had to lean against the wall. I have a beautiful daughter, a successful career, and now, a peaceful home where no one can guilt me into fixing their lives. Trust me, I'm not jealous. He opened his mouth to argue, but Harper appeared in the doorway. I believe my friend asked you to leave. After he skulked away, Harper handed me back my phone. Ready to block them now? I looked at the screen. 3 more missed calls from my mother, 2 texts from Sarah, and a group chat message from my father asking the extended family to pray for Ruby's heart to soften. Do it, I said. Block them all. As Harper systematically blocked every family contact, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. Through the window, I could see the park where I'd take Lily to play later. No drama, no guilt, no manipulation. There, Harper announced, handing back my phone. Now it's just you, me, and that bottle of wine I brought to celebrate your freedom. From the bedroom, I heard Lily stirring from her nap. Make that you, me, Lily, and wine. Perfect combination, Harper smiled. The only family you need. I can't believe I let you talk me into this, I muttered to Harper as we sat in the neutral territory of her apartment, waiting for Sarah to arrive. 2 weeks had passed since the moving day showdown, and my sister had finally agreed to meet, but only with Harper mediating. She needs to hear it, Harper said, arranging coffee cups on the table. And you need to say it. All of it. The doorbell rang exactly on time. A first for Sarah, who'd never been punctual in her life. When Harper opened the door, my sister walked in, looking like she'd dressed for a funeral. Black maternity dress, dark circles under her eyes, one hand protectively over her barely showing stomach. Ruby. Her voice was cold. Sarah. Mine was colder. Harper gestured to the couch. Let's all sit down. Coffee? Tea? I can't have caffeine, Sarah sniffed. Because of the baby. Not that some people care about that. Water it is, Harper said cheerfully, though I caught her eye roll. We sat in awkward silence until Harper cleared her throat. Sarah, you wanted to talk. So talk. Sarah's lower lip trembled. I just want to understand how you could be so evil. Taking away my baby's future home? Your baby's future home? I interrupted. You mean my house? The one I bought? The one I've been paying for? We're family! Sarah's voice rose. Family helps each other. Like you helped me when Lily was born? I leaned forward. Oh, wait, you didn't. You were too busy backpacking through Thailand with... what's his name? That's not fair. I was finding myself. While I was changing diapers and working 60-hour weeks. Alone. Sarah's face crumpled. I'm trying to do better now. I want to be a good mum, like you. I thought you'd help me. By giving you my house? By sharing. By being a sister. Tears spilled down her cheeks. But you're just selfish and bitter and… Selfish! I stood up so fast my coffee cup rattled. Let's talk about selfish, Sarah. Let's talk about the time you maxed out my credit card buying festival tickets. Or when you borrowed my car and got 3 parking tickets you never paid. Or how about when you got fired from the job I got you because you were too hungover to show up? I was going through things. You're always going through things, and I'm always expected to fix them. I was shouting now, years of suppressed rage finally breaking free. Do you know what it's like to be the responsible one? To watch your sister wreck everything she touches while everyone expects you to clean up the mess? That's not… When was the last time you asked about my life? About Lily? When was the last time you showed up for anyone but yourself? Sarah stood too, mascara running down her face. You think you're so perfect. Miss Independent with her perfect job and perfect house and perfect life? Well, guess what? Some of us struggle. Some of us need help. Help is one thing. Entitlement is another. I took a deep breath. I finally realized something, Sarah. None of you ever loved me unconditionally. You only loved what I could give. The room went silent, except for Sarah's ragged breathing. That's not true, she whispered. No? Then name one time, just one, when you put my needs before yours. Sarah opened her mouth, then closed it. Her hand drifted to her stomach again, a gesture that once would have made me cave, would have sent me rushing to fix everything. Not anymore. I have something now that I own completely, I said quietly. Peace, and I won't let you take that too. So that's it? Sarah's voice cracked. You're just done with me? With all of us? I'm done being the family ATM. I'm done being the responsible one who has to sacrifice everything. I'm done watching you take and take and take. Harper, who'd been silent throughout our exchange, finally spoke. Sarah, I think it's time for you to go. My sister gathered her purse with shaking hands. At the door she turned back. You'll regret this, when my baby's born and you're not in their life. No, I cut her off. You'll regret this, when your baby's born and you finally understand what it means to be responsible for someone else's happiness, when you realize that burning bridges has consequences. She stared at me for a long moment, then left without another word. Through the window, I watched her walk to her car alone, probably for the first time in her life. Harper touched my shoulder. You okay? I wiped away tears I hadn't realized were falling. No, but I will be. Want to go get Lily from daycare and take her to the park? I nodded, thinking of my daughter's innocent smile, her unconditional love. Yeah, let's go home. Because that's what I had now. Not just a house, but a real home. One built on my terms, free from the weight of toxic family obligations. Hiya, Mama! Lily squealed as I pushed her on the park swing. The autumn breeze carried the sound of her laughter across the playground, mixing with the rustle of falling leaves. My phone buzzed in my pocket. Probably another blocked message from my family. They'd taken to creating new accounts just to tell me how cruel I was. I'd gotten good at blocking those too. Ruby? A familiar voice made me turn. Sarah stood at the edge of the playground, her pregnancy now clearly visible under a loose sweater. She looked different, tired, but somehow more real than I'd ever seen her. I slowed Lily's swing. What are you doing here? I live nearby now, actually. She gestured to a small apartment building across from the park. Chad and I broke up. I got a job at the coffee shop downstairs. That explained why she looked different. She was wearing a barista's apron instead of her usual designer clothes. You're working? I couldn't keep the surprise from my voice. Yeah. She smiled weakly. Turns out when you can't rely on someone else to fix everything, you have to fix it yourself. Lily pointed at Sarah's belly. Baby? That's right, sweetie. Sarah said softly. Your cousin's in there. I helped Lily out of the swing. Why are you here, Sarah? I had my first ultrasound yesterday. She pulled a grainy black and white photo from her apron pocket. It's a girl, and it made me think about Mum, about how she always played us against each other, about how I let her do it because it was easier than growing up. I sat on the empty swing, pushing myself slightly with one foot while Lily played in the sand nearby. Did Mom send you? No, she doesn't know I'm here. She's still... Sarah sighed. She's still Mom, but I'm trying not to be... well, me. What does that mean? It means I'm sorry. The words came out in a rush. Not just for the house thing, for everything. For being the hurricane that blew through your life expecting you to rebuild everything I destroyed. I studied her face, looking for the manipulation I'd grown so used to seeing. Instead, I found something new, accountability. The thing is, she continued, when Chad left and Mum started talking about me moving back home, I realized I was about to do to my daughter what Mom did to us, make her part of this cycle of dependency, of never growing up. So you got a job instead. And an apartment. It's tiny, and the elevator doesn't work, and I have to make coffee for rude people at 6 a.m., but... She straightened her apron. It's mine. I did it myself. Lily ran over with a handful of sand, proudly showing it to both of us before letting it slip through her fingers. I'm not asking for anything, Sarah said quickly. I want my daughter to know her cousin, to know what strength looks like. Because that's what you are, Ruby. Strong. Not cruel like Mom says. Strong. I watched Lily playing, thinking about all the times I'd wished for this, for Sarah to finally see me. Really see me. There's a coffee shop near my condo too, I said finally. Are they treating you better at yours? Sarah laughed. A real laugh, not her usual practiced giggle. The tips are decent, and my manager says I'm getting better at not burning the lattes. Lily and I usually get hot chocolate there on Sunday mornings, around 9. She caught her breath. Yeah? Yeah. And sometimes we feed the ducks after, when we're not too busy. I'd like that. She wiped her eyes. God, these pregnancy hormones are killer. Tell me about it. I cried at a paper towel commercial when I was pregnant with Lily. We shared a smile, small, tentative but real. I should get back to work, Sarah said, adjusting her apron. But... Sunday? I nodded. Sunday. As she walked away, Lily waved. Bye-bye, baby. You know what, sweetie? I scooped her up, breathing in her baby shampoo smell. I think we just said hello instead. That evening, as I tucked Lily into bed in our cozy condo, I thought about karma. Everyone had expected it to look like revenge, like my family getting what they deserved. Instead, it looked like Sarah in an apron, learning to stand on her own. Like me, learning to set boundaries without burning every bridge. Sometimes karma isn't about monsters getting punished. Sometimes it's about people finally facing themselves in the mirror. I kissed Lily's forehead and whispered, "Sweet dreams, baby girl." Because that's what I'd really bought when I sold that house. Not just peace, but the chance for a new story. One where strength didn't mean carrying everyone else's burdens, and family didn't mean sacrificing yourself. One where bye-bye house meant hello to something better.
The day my parents called begging for my life savings, I should have known it was a trap. But even at 32, some part of me was still that desperate little girl, hoping that maybe this time they'd finally see me. I'm Daphne, and this is the story of how I lost everything, and then made sure my family lost even more. The call came on a Tuesday evening while I was editing manuscripts, my usual freelance work. Mum's voice cracked with tears, something I'd rarely heard in my life. "Daphne, please, we need your help. We're about to lose the house." I sat up straighter, my fingers hovering over my keyboard. What happened? The bank, Dad's voice now shaking. We've fallen behind on payments. They're threatening foreclosure. We need $60,000 by next week, or we lose everything. The amount hit me like a punch to the gut. That was almost everything I'd saved over the past decade. Every extra editing job, every skipped vacation, every cheap apartment I'd lived in, all of it added up to just over that amount. I know it's a lot, Mom whispered, but we'll put you on the deed. The house will be partly yours. Please, sweetheart, we have nowhere else to turn. My sister Sierra's voice echoed in the background. Is she going to help us or not? I closed my eyes, remembering all the times Sierra got new cars while I took the bus. All the times they paid her rent while I worked 2 jobs. All the times they forgot my birthday but threw elaborate parties for her. I need to think about it, I said. We don't have time. Mom's voice rose sharply. The bank... I'll call you back in an hour. I hung up and immediately called Emmett, my ex-boyfriend turned friend who happened to be a lawyer. I need your help, I said when he answered, and I need you to be brutally honest with me. 20 minutes later, we sat in his office, him in his wrinkled suit, me still in my work-from-home sweats. You want my professional opinion? He asked, leaning back in his chair. Don't do it, but you're going to anyway, aren't you? I nodded. Then let's protect you. He pulled out a legal pad. We're drawing up a loan agreement. Interest rates, repayment terms, consequences for default, everything. They won't sign it, I said. Then you don't give them the money. He started writing. Simple as that. 2 hours later, I stood in my parents' living room, document in hand. The house smelled like Mom's stress baking, cinnamon and desperation. Sierra lounged on the couch, scrolling through her phone, like this was just another family gathering. What's this? Mom asked, frowning at the papers. Loan agreement. Standard stuff. You put me on the deed, I give you the money, you repay me within 2 years. Dad's face darkened. You don't trust us. Would you trust someone asking for $60,000 without paperwork? Sierra finally looked up. Wow, Daphne, real nice. They're our parents. Then they shouldn't have a problem signing. Mom's hands shook as she read the first page. This seems excessive. It's standard, I said, keeping my voice steady. Ask any lawyer. We don't have time to consult lawyers, Dad snapped. The bank... Then sign. I held out a pen. Or I walk out that door and you can figure something else out. They signed. Both of them right there on my carefully crafted loan agreement. They didn't even read past the first page, too desperate for the money, too certain they could handle their quiet, reliable daughter later. I transferred the money that night. All of it. Everything I'd worked for, gone in a single transaction. Mum hugged me, crying about how I'd saved them all. Sierra rolled her eyes and went back to her phone. Dad promised they'd start the deed transfer immediately. Later that night as I drove home, my hands shook so badly I had to pull over. I called Audrey, my best friend since college. I did something either really stupid or really smart, I said when she answered. Tell me you didn't give them the money. I did, but I got something better. I looked at the signed agreement in my passenger seat. I got proof. Proof of what? That they're going to try to screw me over. I started my car again, suddenly calmer, and when they do, I'll be ready. I was still stupid, but not as stupid as they thought I was, and soon they'd learn exactly how much that mistake would cost them. 3 weeks passed before I decided to make a surprise visit. I'd been calling daily about the deed transfer, but Mum always had an excuse. The lawyer was busy, the paperwork was complicated, they needed more time. That Sunday afternoon I drove to their house, determined to get answers. I parked a block away, a habit from my teenage years when I'd sneak out. The kitchen door had always been my secret entrance, and muscle memory guided me around the side of the house. But voices stopped me before I could knock. I can't believe she fell for it. Sierra's laugh sharp and clear through the window. $60,000 just like that. My hand froze midair. Well, she always was the responsible one. Mum's voice now, tinged with amusement. Our little emergency fund. The best part is, Dad chuckled, she thinks we're putting her on the deed, as if we hadn't already transferred it to Sierra last month. The world tilted sideways. I pressed my back against the wall, struggling to breathe. But what about her loan agreement? Sierra asked. Shouldn't we be worried? Please. Mom's eye roll was audible. It's Daphne. She'd never take us to court. She's too desperate for our approval. Besides, Dad added, we can always claim it was a gift. She's been giving us money her whole life. No judge would side with her. My fingers found the loan agreement in my purse. I always carried it with me, paranoid about them somehow destroying their copy. Now I knew why. I still think we should be careful, Sierra said. She's not as stupid as she looks. Sweetheart, I've been managing your sister's expectations her entire life. Trust me, she'll roll over like she always does. Now, about that down payment for your new condo. I didn't stay to hear more. My legs carried me back to my car on autopilot, my mind eerily quiet. I sat there for a long time staring at nothing, letting their words sink in. Emergency fund, rollover, gift. My phone buzzed. Audrey calling. I answered without thinking. Hey, I'm at that new cafe we talked about. Want to join? They planned it, I heard myself say. The whole thing, they transferred the deed to Sierra before they even asked me for money. Silence, then, don't move, I'm coming to you. Where are you? Outside their house. Jesus, Daphne, drive to my place, now. 20 minutes later, I sat on Audrey's couch, clutching a coffee she'd shoved into my hands. She paced in front of me, her therapist mode fully activated. We need to call Emmett, she said. No. I pulled out the loan agreement. Not yet. Daphne, they stole from you. I know exactly what they did. My voice was steady now, cold. They thought they were so clever, getting me to empty my savings. They thought I was still that desperate little girl who'd do anything for a scrap of love. Audrey stopped pacing. What are you going to do? I smoothed out the agreement on her coffee table. You know what the beautiful thing about this document is? They didn't read it. They were so sure I was harmless they signed without reading. And Emmett added some interesting clauses about asset disclosure, about fraud, about what happens if they try to transfer property without notifying me. I looked up at Audrey, feeling something dark and satisfied unfurl in my chest. They signed their own sentence and they don't even know it. You're scaring me a little, Audrey said, but she was smiling. Good, because I'm about to scare them a lot more. I pulled out my phone and opened my banking app. First, I'm going to transfer every penny I have left to a new account they can't access. Then I'm going to call Emmett. And then I'm going to show them exactly how stupid I'm not. I stood up, suddenly energized. They wanted to play games? Fine. But they forgot something important. What's that? I've been watching them play these games my whole life. I know all their moves. I grabbed my keys, and I've got proof of every single one. As I drove home that evening, their laughter echoed in my head. But this time it didn't hurt. This time it fueled me. You made a mistake, Mom, I whispered to my empty car. You signed my freedom and your sentence. The war they didn't know was coming would start tomorrow, and this time I wasn't playing by their rules. The demand letter arrived at their house exactly 1 week later. I paid extra for certified mail requiring a signature. Mum signed for it at 10:43 a.m. on a Tuesday. By 10:47, my phone was exploding. I let it ring while I finished my coffee, watching the notifications pile up. 3 calls from Mum, 2 from Dad, 5 text messages from Sierra, each one more hysterical than the last. Finally, I answered. What is this? Mum's voice trembled with rage. I believe the letter is quite clear, I said, channeling Emmett's professional tone. You have 60 days to repay the loan in full, or we proceed with legal action. Legal action? She sputtered. We're your family. Yes, you made that very clear when you transferred the deed to Sierra before asking for my money. Silence. Then, you were at the house. The kitchen door was always my favourite entrance. You taught me that, remember? All those times you locked me out. Dad's voice cut in. Now listen here, young lady. No, you listen. My voice could have frozen hell. You have 60 days, every penny plus interest as outlined in the agreement you signed. Otherwise, I file suit and pursue asset forfeiture. Asset, Mom choked. You wouldn't dare. Try me. Sierra's voice now, shrill and panicked. You can't do this. The house is mine. Actually, about that, I smiled into the phone. You might want to check the property records again. Seems there are some interesting discrepancies in the transfer documentation. Another silence, heavier this time. What did you do? Mum whispered. Me? Nothing yet, but the mortgage company might have received an anonymous tip about potential fraud. Funny how quickly they start investigating when words like forged documents come up. You bitch, Sierra breathed. I learnt from the best, sis. I checked my watch. 60 days, not a minute more. I hung up and immediately blocked their numbers. My hands were shaking, but not from fear. Adrenaline coursed through me, electric and alive. My phone buzzed again. Emmett. They got the letter, he said when I answered. How do you know? Because your mother just called my office screaming about ungrateful daughters and family loyalty. I recorded the whole thing. I laughed. Of course you did. She threatened to sue me for malpractice, said I manipulated you into this. What did you say? I reminded her that she signed a legally binding document without reading it. Then I hung up. He paused. You know they're going to fight this. Let them. I opened my laptop, pulling up the folder labelled Family Business. That's exactly what I'm counting on. Later that afternoon I met Audrey for lunch. She was already waiting at our usual table, 2 glasses of wine ready. You look different, she said as I sat down. Different how? Lighter, like you finally put down something heavy. I took a sip of wine. I sent the letter. And now we wait. I pulled out my phone, showing her the blocked numbers. They can't reach me directly anymore. Everything goes through Emmett. They must be losing their minds. Oh, they are, I smiled. But here's the best part. I had Emmett send copies of the loan agreement to their country club board. You know, the one where Mom's been treasurer for 15 years. Audrey's eyes widened. You didn't. Along with some questions about the club's financial records. Anonymous, of course. Daphne, she leaned forward. That's deliciously evil. No, that's just the beginning. I pulled up an email on my phone. Remember Summer, Mom's old friend who suddenly disappeared 10 years ago? The one they said moved to Florida. She never moved. Mum forced her out of the social circle after discovering some interesting financial irregularities at their charity foundation. I showed her the email. Summer's been waiting years to tell her story. Holy shit. Mom always said image was everything. I put my phone away. Let's see how she likes watching hers crumble. Audrey studied me over her wine glass. You're really doing this. They thought I was weak because I was quiet, because I watched and waited and kept my mouth shut. I met her eyes. But I saw everything. And now they're going to see exactly what I learned. My phone buzzed with a text from Emmett. Your sister's boyfriend just called. Says he has information you need to hear. I showed Audrey the message. Think it's a trap? She asked. Probably. I finished my wine. But I'm done running from their traps. This time I'm setting them. The game was changing, and for once I held all the cards. I met Heath at a coffee shop downtown, far from my parents' usual haunts. He was already there when I arrived, fidgeting with his designer watch, the one Sierra had bragged about buying him last Christmas. With my money, apparently. "Thanks for meeting me," he said as I sat down. "Make it quick." I kept my coat on. "I have a meeting in 30 minutes. Look, Sierra doesn't know I'm here." He leaned forward, lowering his voice. "Your parents, they're not who you think they are." "Actually, they're exactly who I think they are." "No, you don't understand." He glanced around nervously. "The house isn't the first time they've done something like this." That got my attention. "Go on." "Your mum's been running this scheme for years. She finds wealthy friends, gains their trust, becomes treasurer of their organizations, and then..." He made a vanishing gesture with his hands. "Like Summer." His eyes widened. "You know about Summer?" "I know enough." I pulled out my phone and hit record. "Why don't you tell me more?" An hour later, I sat in Emmett's office playing back Heath's confession. Emmett's expression grew darker with each revelation. "So your mother's been embezzling from multiple organizations," he said when the recording finished. "And your father's been helping cover it up through his accounting firm. While Sierra plays the perfect daughter, distracting everyone with her charity work and social connections." I laughed bitterly. "The perfect front. This is bigger than the loan now." Emmett started typing on his computer. "We're talking serious fraud charges." "Can we prove it?" "With Summer's testimony and Heath's information." He nodded. "We can start pulling threads. These things leave paper trails." My phone buzzed. A text from Summer. "Just got served with a cease and desist letter from your mother's lawyer. She's trying to shut me up." I showed Emmett the message. "She's scared," he said. "Good. Scared people make mistakes." That evening I drove past my parents' house. The country club's annual garden party was in full swing, their last-ditch attempt at maintaining appearances. Through the front windows I could see Mom holding court in her favourite blue dress, laughing with her society friends. But something was off. The crowd was thinner than usual. People were checking their phones, whispering in corners. The Foundation's financial records had started circulating that morning, courtesy of an anonymous email blast. My phone rang. An unknown number. Against my better judgment, I answered. "Is this Daphne?" A woman's voice, vaguely familiar. "Who's asking?" "Margaret, from the garden committee." She lowered her voice. "I saw the numbers, the missing funds from the Children's Hospital fundraiser. I think I know where they went." By midnight, I had 3 more calls like that. Former friends, business associates, people Mom had stepped on during her climb to social prominence. They all had stories. They all had proof. Audrey came over with wine and takeout, listening as I pieced it all together. "Your mother's like a black widow," she said, "spinning this web of lies and stealing from everyone who trusts her. And Sierra's following in her footsteps." I showed her the latest email, bank statements showing suspicious transfers from the youth centre, where Sierra volunteered. The golden child learned well. "What are you going to do with all this?" "Everything goes to the FBI's Financial Crimes Division." I closed my laptop. "But first, I want them to feel what's coming." The next morning, Mom's social media exploded with unfollows and angry comments. The country club board called an emergency meeting. Dad's biggest accounting clients started quietly taking their business elsewhere. Sierra called Emmett's office in tears. "Tell her to stop," she begged. "Tell her we'll pay back the money." "It's too late for that," he replied. "The truth doesn't stop just because you're ready to confess." That afternoon, Summer called me. "Your mother just tried to bribe me," she said. "Offered me double what she stole if I'll retract my statement." "What did you say?" "I told her this isn't the first time they've stolen from you." My heart stopped. "What do you mean?" "Oh, honey," Summer's voice softened. "There's something you need to know about your college fund. The one that mysteriously disappeared right before your freshman year." I gripped the phone tighter. "Tell me everything." The truth was worse than I imagined. But it was just the beginning. The house of cards was starting to fall, and my family was about to learn that karma has perfect aim. Sierra ambushed me outside my apartment on a rainy Thursday morning. She looked terrible, designer clothes wrinkled, makeup smeared, nothing like her usual perfect self. "We need to talk," she said, blocking my path to my car. "Everything goes through Emmett. Please." Her voice cracked. "Mom and Dad, they're not well. Dad's blood pressure is through the roof. Mom can barely sleep. Guilty consciences will do that. They're our parents." She grabbed my arm. "How can you be so cold?" I yanked free. "Funny how family matters now that you're all facing consequences. I know we hurt you." "Hurt me?" I laughed. "You stole my college fund, made me work 3 jobs while you got a free ride. Then you helped them steal my savings and tried to forge my signature on property documents." She paled. "How did you—" "Heath talks a lot when he's scared." I stepped closer. "Tell me, did you forge the signature yourself, or did Mom do it for you?" "It's not what you think." "Really? Because I think you're only here because the walls are closing in. The country club's auditing their books. Dad's clients are leaving. Your precious reputation is in tatters." Tears spilled down her cheeks. "They'll lose everything." "They already lost me. They just never cared enough to notice." My phone buzzed. Emmett calling. Sierra grabbed my wrist as I reached for it. "Wait, what if I could prove they're sorry? What if they agreed to pay everything back?" I studied her face, the desperation, the calculation behind the tears. Same old Sierra, always working an angle. "Show me your phone," I said suddenly. "What?" "Your phone. Show me." She hesitated, then handed it over. I opened her recording app and found exactly what I expected, an active recording. "Still Mom's perfect little spy, aren't you?" I stopped the recording and emailed it to myself. "Thanks for the evidence of attempted manipulation. Emmett will love this." "You bitch!" Her mask finally cracked. "You think you're so smart, but you have no idea what's coming." "Is that a threat?" "It's a promise." She stepped back, suddenly composed. "You want to play hardball? Fine, but remember, I learned from the best." She stormed off to her Mercedes, leaving me shaking with adrenaline. I called Emmett immediately. "Sierra just tried to set me up," I said when he answered. Recording the conversation, probably hoping I'd incriminate myself. "Perfect timing," he replied. "I was just about to call you. We found something interesting in the property records." "What?" "The signature they forged. It wasn't just on the deed transfer. There are multiple documents with your fake signature, going back years." My stomach dropped. "How many?" "At least a dozen. Loan applications, tax documents, even some insurance policies. They've been forging my signature for years. Looks like it. And guess who notarized most of these documents?" "Heath," I whispered. "Bingo. He's agreed to testify in exchange for immunity." I leaned against my car, letting the rain soak through my jacket. "What else did he say?" "That's the interesting part. He claims Sierra has a safety deposit box at First National, one she visits every time there's a major document signing." "You think that's where they keep the forgeries?" "Only one way to find out." He paused. "But we need to move fast. Sierra's getting sloppy, which means she's desperate. That afternoon, I met Audrey for lunch. She listened as I recounted everything. "You know what's weird?" she said when I finished. "Through all of this, they're still more worried about their reputation than actually fixing things. That's because they don't think they did anything wrong." I stirred my untouched coffee. In their minds, they were entitled to my money, to my signature, to my life. And now they're about to learn about real consequences. I showed her the email from Emmett, a court order for Sierra's safety deposit box. "The hearing's tomorrow. Are you ready?" "For the truth?" "No." I looked out the window at the rain. "For justice?" "Absolutely." My phone buzzed with a text from Heath. "Sierra's at the bank right now. She knows you're coming for the box." I forwarded it to Emmett, who replied immediately. Already called the bank. Box is frozen. Nothing goes in or out. Checkmate, I whispered. What? Audrey asked. They're running out of moves. I grabbed my keys. And I'm done playing defense. Tomorrow, that safety deposit box would tell its secrets, and my family would learn that their perfect plan had one fatal flaw. They underestimated the daughter they never wanted. The courthouse hallway felt like a battlefield. My parents and Sierra huddled with their lawyer on one side, while Emmett and I stood on the other. Heath sat alone in the middle, looking like he might throw up. Last chance, Mom's lawyer called across the hall. We can settle this privately. Not any more, Emmett replied, holding up the court order for the safety deposit box. Sierra's face went white. She grabbed her lawyer's arm, whispering frantically. Mum's perfect posture crumbled slightly. The bailiff called us in. As we filed past Heath, Sierra hissed, "Traitor!" He flinched, but said nothing. Judge Martinez didn't waste time on pleasantries. We're here regarding evidence of document forgery and financial fraud. The contents of safety deposit box 247 have been secured. Yes, Your Honour, the bank representative confirmed. The box was sealed yesterday afternoon, shortly after Ms. Sierra attempted to access it. Attempted? The judge raised an eyebrow. She became agitated when denied access. Security had to escort her out. Sierra sank lower in her seat. Mum's fingers dug into Dad's arm. Proceed with the opening, Judge Martinez ordered. The bank representative placed the box on the evidence table. My heart pounded as she turned the key. Inside lay dozens of documents neatly organised. The bank representative handed them to the court clerk, who began reading loan applications dating from 2015 to present, tax documents, property transfers, all bearing the signature of Daphne. Objection! Sierra's lawyer jumped up. These documents are private family matters. Which were subpoenaed legally, Emmett interrupted, and we have an expert witness ready to testify about the forgeries. Heath stood up shakily. Sierra's face twisted with rage. You lying piece of... Ms. Sierra! Judge Martinez banged her gavel. Control yourself or be removed. Heath approached the witness stand. Under oath, he detailed everything. Sierra's practice sessions perfecting my signature, Mom's careful coaching, Dad's strategic notarizing. And these, Emmett held up a stack of papers. Templates, Heath said quietly. They used them whenever they needed Daphne's signature on something new. Mom finally broke. We did it for the family. Everything was for the family. Mrs. Regina, the judge warned. She was always so difficult about money, Mom continued, hysteria creeping into her voice. Always questioning, always refusing to help. We had to commit fraud. I stood up. Had to steal my identity, my college fund, my savings. You ungrateful... Sierra lunged forward, but her lawyer grabbed her. Your Honour, Emmett said calmly, we move to freeze all assets pending criminal investigation. The evidence suggests this fraud extends well beyond my client. No! Mom's scream echoed through the courtroom. You can't! The house that was fraudulently transferred. Emmett produced more documents. We have proof the deed transfer used a forged signature, making it null and void. Sierra started crying. Dad looked like he'd aged 10 years. Mom just kept shaking her head, whispering, no, no, no. The judge reviewed the evidence, her expression growing darker with each page. I've seen enough, she finally said. Assets frozen pending investigation. The property transfer is invalidated and... She looked directly at my family. I'm referring this case to the district attorney for criminal charges. Criminal, Dad whispered. Identity theft, fraud, financial exploitation, multiple counts. The judge closed her folder. I strongly suggest you all get criminal defense attorneys. As we left the courtroom, Sierra screamed after me. You've ruined everything. I turned back slowly. No, you did that yourselves. Every lie, every theft, every time you chose greed over love. I met Mom's eyes. I just exposed it. Outside, Heath caught up to me. There's something else you should know. What now? The reason they needed your college fund? He glanced around nervously. Sierra was in trouble, big trouble, the kind that needed expensive lawyers to make disappear. What kind of trouble? Ask your mum about the hospital records from 2015, the ones she paid to have sealed. He handed me a folded paper. This is the case number. I watched him walk away, that final piece of information burning in my hand. Emmett appeared beside me. Want me to look into it? He asked. Not yet. I tucked the paper away. First, I want them to sit with this, to feel what's coming. They won't go down quietly. I know. I looked back at the courthouse where my family huddled with their lawyers. But for the first time in my life, I'm not afraid of their noise. That night I sat in my apartment staring at the case number Heath had given me. One more secret, one more lie. Tomorrow I'd start digging, but tonight I let myself feel the weight of victory and the price of justice. The war wasn't over, but I'd just won the biggest battle. The hospital records arrived on a Tuesday morning. Emmett handed me the manila envelope with an uncharacteristic hesitation. Are you sure you want to read these? I took the envelope. How bad is it? Bad enough that your mother paid $500,000 to make it disappear. He sat down heavily. Money that apparently came from your college fund. Inside were police reports, medical records, and witness statements. As I read, the world tilted sideways. Sierra had been driving drunk. There'd been an accident, a family of 4. They died, my voice cracked. The parents survived, the children didn't. Emmett's voice was gentle. Your parents used their connections to bury it. Changed records, paid off officials. Sierra walked away without a scratch, legally and literally. My college fund. My future. Sacrificed to cover up my sister's crimes. Does she even remember? I whispered. According to Heath, she jokes about it at parties, calls it her lucky escape. The rage that filled me was arctic cold. I picked up my phone and dialed a number I'd been saving. Detective Roberts, I have information about a cold case from 2015. Everything moved quickly after that. By evening, police cars lined our family street. I watched from my car as they led Sierra out in handcuffs, Mom screaming on the front lawn, Dad silent and grey-faced. My phone buzzed. Audrey. It's all over the news, she said when I answered. How are you holding up? I'm at the house, watching. Want company? No, but thanks. I watched as Mom collapsed dramatically onto the grass. I need to do something first. I waited until the police cars left, then walked up to the front door. Mom saw me through the window and yanked it open. How could you? She shrieked. Your own sister! How could I? I stepped past her into the house. 2 children died, Mom, and you covered it up. We had to protect her. With my money, my future. I turned to face her. Did you ever even hesitate? Of course we did, Dad spoke up from his armchair. But Sierra, she's special. She needed consequences, I cut in. She needed to face what she'd done. Instead, you taught her that money solves everything. That lives don't matter as long as you can pay to make problems disappear. You don't understand. I understand perfectly. I pulled out my phone and played a recording. Sierra at a party, laughing about her lucky escape. Mom's face crumpled. Where did you get that? Heath recorded everything. Every joke, every casual mention of the accident. He's been collecting evidence for years, waiting for someone to finally hold her accountable. We'll fix this, Mom said desperately. We'll hire lawyers. No. I walked to the family photos on the wall, dozens of Sierra, barely any of me. You can't fix this with money anymore. The DA has everything. The original accident reports, the falsified records, the bribes. It's over. What do you want? Dad asked quietly. I want you to sit in this empty house and think about every choice you made, every time you chose Sierra over justice, every time you used my money to cover her crimes. I turned to leave. The house is mine now, legally. You have 48 hours to move out. You're evicting us? Mum's voice rose to a shriek. After everything we've done for you? I laughed, a cold, hard sound. Everything you've done for me. You stole my future to cover up your precious daughter's murders. You forged my signature and stole my savings. You've done nothing for me except teach me exactly who you are. We're your parents. No. I opened the front door. You're just people who had a daughter they never wanted and another they never controlled. And now you get to live with those choices. Outside, reporters had gathered. Cameras flashed as I walked to my car. Mum ran out after me. All I wanted was your honesty, I told her, loud enough for the cameras to hear. You cashed that in for Sierra's comfort. Now you get to watch it all burn. Later that night I sat in Emmett's office watching the news coverage. Sierra's mug shot, the accident details. My parents' role in the cover-up. The DA wants to make a deal, Emmett said. They'll reduce Sierra's charges if she testifies against your parents about the cover-up. Let me guess, she's already agreed? Faster than you can say self-preservation. He smiled grimly. The golden child's crown is tarnished. I nodded, feeling strangely empty. What now? Now? He handed me the house keys. Now you decide what justice looks like. I took the keys, their weight, familiar yet different. Like everything else, they felt like both an ending and a beginning. But something still nagged at me. One last secret, waiting in that house. I just didn't know how much more truth I could handle. The house felt different, empty. My footsteps echoed through bare rooms as I walked upstairs, past the blank spaces where family photos once hung. Mum and Dad had moved out yesterday, leaving behind only what they couldn't carry. In their bedroom I found Mom's old vanity, too heavy to move quickly. The drawers were empty except for one stuck at the back. I yanked it open and found a leather-bound journal. My phone rang. Audrey. "Have you seen the news?" she asked when I answered. "Sierra took the deal. She's testifying tomorrow. Let me guess, she's throwing our parents under the bus. Completely. She's claiming they forced her to keep quiet about the accident, playing victim." I opened the journal, Mom's familiar handwriting filling the pages. "Hold on, I need to call you back." The first entry was dated the day I was born. As I read, my hands began to shake. "I can't love her like I should," Mom had written. "She's not Talon's. Every time I look at her, I see my mistake, my shame. But Talon agreed to raise her as his own, to never tell her the truth. We'll have our own child soon, a real family." The journal fell from my numb fingers. Suddenly everything made sense. The constant rejection, the favoritism, the way Dad could never quite meet my eyes. I drove to the detention centre where they were holding Mom. She looked small in the orange jumpsuit, her carefully maintained image stripped away. "I found your journal," I said through the visiting room glass. She closed her eyes. "So now you know. Who is he? My real father? Does it matter? It mattered enough for you to punish me my entire life for it." She leaned forward. "I gave you a good life." "You gave me trauma." I pressed my hand against the glass. "Every time you chose Sierra, every time you stole from me, every time you made me feel worthless, it was all because I reminded you of your guilt. I tried to love you." "No. You tried to erase me." I stood up. "But you failed, because I'm stronger than your shame." Outside, I called Emmett. "I'm selling the house," I said when he answered. "Are you sure? You fought hard for it." "It's not a victory if I keep it. It's just another chain." I watched the sunset paint the sky purple. I want to be free. That night I sat with Audrey on my balcony, sharing wine and truth. "So, what now?" she asked. "Now I write my own story. I showed her the real estate listings I'd been browsing, small houses with garden space far from my family's shadow. Something that's just mine. And your parents, Sierra. Sierra will serve time for vehicular manslaughter. Less than she deserves, but more than she expected. I sipped my wine. Mum and Dad are facing fraud charges. Their reputation is destroyed. Their friends have abandoned them. And that's enough? No, but it's justice. I smiled slightly. Besides, living well is the best revenge. My phone buzzed. A text from Dad. The first contact since the arrest. I should have been better, it read. Not because you weren't mine by blood, but because you were mine by choice. I failed you, I'm sorry. I showed Audrey the message. Are you going to respond? She asked. No. I deleted it. Some bridges need to stay burned. The next morning I met with a real estate agent at the house. As she talked about market values and staging, I walked through the rooms one last time. In my old bedroom I found a small heart carved into the window frame. My secret mark from childhood. I traced it with my finger, remembering the girl who dreamed of being loved. I'm sorry, I whispered to her, but I love you now, and that's enough. The agent called me downstairs. As I walked through the front door, I didn't look back. The house that held so many painful memories would soon belong to someone else. Let them fill it with better stories. My phone rang. Emmett again. The DA has one last question, he said. Do you want to make a victim impact statement at the sentencing? I watched a moving truck pull up to the house, ready to clear out the last pieces of my old life. No, I said. I've said everything I need to say. Let the silence speak for itself. I hung up and got in my car. In the rearview mirror, the house grew smaller until it disappeared completely. Ahead, the road stretched open and empty. Not an ending, but a beginning. Some people say revenge doesn't bring peace. They're wrong. It brought me something better. It brought me home to myself.
The number stared back at me from my phone screen. 0.E. I blinked hard, refreshed the banking app, and watched the same zeros mock me. 3 years of savings, 47,892, meant for my spinal surgery. Gone. Just gone. My name is Bonnie, and this is the story of how I destroyed my family's empire. They deserved every second of what came next. I scrolled through Instagram with trembling hands, and there it was. My brother Tyler's latest post. Him and our father posed beside a cherry-red Porsche 911, both wearing identical smirks. The caption read, "Sometimes you just have to treat yourself. Sorry, not sorry. Ours blessed hunter family first. Right." My phone buzzed, Simone calling. I let it go to voicemail, too focused on the mounting evidence in front of me. There were 3 separate transfers from my account to Tyler's over the past week, each one precisely timed when I was at physical therapy. The pain shooting down my spine felt sharper than usual as I grabbed my keys. 20 minutes later, I pulled into the circular driveway of my father's mansion, right behind that blood-red Porsche. "Well, look who finally learned to drive herself somewhere!" Tyler's voice carried from the front door. He lounged against the frame in designer sweats, looking like every stereotype of old money gone wrong. "Where is he?" I managed through gritted teeth. "Dad's in his study, but he's busy with—" I pushed past him, my cane clicking against the marble floors. The sound echoed through the cavernous foyer like a metronome counting down to detonation. "Bonnie!" my father's voice boomed as I entered his study. "To what do we owe this unexpected pleasure?" He sat behind his massive desk, perfectly pressed suit and practiced smile in place. The same smile he used in all his company promotional videos. The same smile he wore when telling me I was being dramatic about my pain. "The money," I said. "My surgery fund. You took it." "Borrowed," Tyler corrected, sliding into the room behind me. "We borrowed it. The opportunity for that Porsche was too good to pass up. We'll pay you back." "When?" "Don't use that tone," my father warned. "We're family. Family helps each other out. Helps each other? I pulled out my phone, hands shaking. Show me where in the past 10 years you've helped me with my medical bills. Show me where you've acknowledged I need this surgery. Oh, here we go again with the surgery. Tyler rolled his eyes. You're fine. You're walking, aren't you? Barely. My voice cracked. I can barely make it through a work day. The pain is all in your head, my father cut in smoothly. You've always been sensitive, dramatic, like your mother. The mention of my mother, the ultimate taboo in this house, made my blood run cold. I reached into my pocket and felt the reassuring weight of my second phone, the one they didn't know about, the one that had been recording every interaction for months. You really think I'm just going to let this go? I asked quietly. Tyler laughed. What are you going to do about it? Sue us? With what money? My father stood, walking around his desk to place a hand on my shoulder. I fought the urge to shrug it off. Sweetheart, you need to learn to be resilient. The world doesn't stop for pain. Look at your sister Kennedy. She never complains. Kennedy works for you, I said. She doesn't have a choice. Everyone has a choice, he replied, his grip tightening slightly. You're choosing to be difficult. Again. I looked between them, my father with his practiced concern, Tyler with his barely concealed contempt. 3 years of saving every penny, of working through pain that felt like fire in my bones, gone because they wanted a toy. Because they could. You're right, I said finally, watching their faces relax. Everyone does have a choice. I turned to leave, my cane striking the floor with purpose now. That's my girl, my father called after me. You'll be stronger for this. At the doorway, I paused. You think I won't do anything? That's your first mistake. Tyler's laughter followed me down the hall. Let them laugh. They had no idea what was coming. In my car, I pulled out my second phone and stopped the recording. Then I opened a folder labelled Firestarter and added it to my collection. 3 years of conversations, screenshots, and financial records. Every cruel comment, every shady deal, every moment of gaslighting captured and catalogued. They thought they were teaching me resilience. Instead, they taught me patience. And now, finally, I had enough ammunition to burn it all down. I texted Simone, "It's time, help me end them." Her response was immediate. "About damn time, come over, we've got work to do." Simone's apartment was a tech nest of monitors and hard drives, all humming with purpose. She didn't look up from her keyboard as I entered, just held up a finger while finishing whatever code she was typing. "Show me everything," she said finally, spinning in her chair. I plugged in my backup drive and pulled up the folder structure I'd been building. 3 years of dirt, organized by date and type. But it goes back further than that. Way further. How far? I closed my eyes, remembering the first time I realized something was wrong. I was 12, Tyler was 9, he'd just won some little league trophy, and Dad threw this massive party. Typical golden child stuff. No, listen, I had surgery scheduled that week, my first spinal fusion. Dad cancelled it the day before, said the money had to go to Tyler's private coaching instead, said I was just being weak, that I needed to learn to push through pain. Simone's fingers flew across the keyboard, pulling up old medical records. Jesus, Bonnie, your x-rays from back then. Yeah, but that's not even the worst part. I leaned forward, pointing to a financial statement from that year. See that account there? The one in my name? She squinted. These withdrawals, they're huge, and they don't match any of your medical bills. Because they weren't for me. Dad's been using accounts in my name since I was a minor. I found out when I tried to get a student loan for college. My credit was already destroyed. Simone's dark eyes narrowed. That's fraud. That's just the beginning. I pulled up more recent files. Look at these company transfers. Every major deal Sherman Industries has made in the last 5 years. There's always a shadow account, always money moving where it shouldn't. And you have proof? I played an audio file from 3 months ago, my father's voice filling the room. The investors don't need to know about that account. What matters is keeping up appearances. Family business stays in the family. Simone whistled low. Your dad's going to lose everything when this gets out. That's the plan. I pulled up another folder. But first, I need you to help me verify something. These payments to someone named Gage Riley, they're huge, but they don't match any official contracts. Her fingers were already moving. Gage Riley. Oh shit. Bonnie, this is big. He's like conservative Jesus in the venture capital world, all about family values and clean business. If he finds out Sherman Industries is cooking the books, he'll pull his funding, I finished, and once he does, others will follow. You're not just trying to hurt them, Simone said slowly. You're trying to destroy the whole company. My phone buzzed. Kennedy calling. I ignored it. They took everything from me, I said quietly. My savings, my credit, my chance at a normal life. They made me think I was crazy for years. Now they're going to learn what crazy really looks like. Simone turned back to her screens. These records need cleaning up. We need to make them impossible to dispute. Give me a few hours. My phone buzzed again, this time a text from Tyler. Dad says come to dinner tomorrow. Don't be difficult. Perfect timing, I said, showing Simone the text. Family dinner. Want to bet Dad's going to brag about his latest deals? You're going to record it? I pulled out my second phone. I'm going to let them hang themselves. Simone grabbed my arm. Bonnie, wait. Once we do this, once we send this to Riley, there's no going back. Your whole family. They stopped being family the day they decided my pain was inconvenient. I stood up, fighting back a wince. Besides, Kennedy's been trying to reach me. Maybe she's finally ready to pick a side. Or maybe she's warning you about something. I checked my messages. Kennedy had sent a single text. I know what you're doing. We need to talk. Tomorrow's dinner just got more interesting, I said, pocketing my phone. Can you have everything ready by then? Simone nodded. I'll clean up these records, make them airtight. But Bonnie, be careful tomorrow. Don't let them see what's coming. I thought about the way Tyler had laughed at me, the way my father's hand had gripped my shoulder. Years of being told I was weak, dramatic, unstable, years of watching them take and take while I suffered. Don't worry, I said, heading for the door. I learned from the best. I'll smile, I'll nod, I'll play the good daughter, and then I'll burn their world to the ground. As I left, I noticed a new transaction alert on my phone. Another payment from Sherman Industries to Gage Riley, bigger than any before. Dad, I whispered to myself, you really should have taught me better math skills, because your numbers don't add up, and now everyone's going to know it. The family dining room felt smaller than I remembered, like the walls were closing in with every bite of overcooked salmon. My recording phone sat in my lap, hidden under the napkin, catching every word. So then I told Riley, my father was saying, wine sloshing dangerously close to the rim of his glass, that the Q3 projections were conservative. Conservative! He has no idea what's really coming. Tyler snickered. Did you see his face when you showed him those doctored reports? Keep your voice down, Kennedy hissed, shooting a glance at the hovering housekeeper. Oh, relax, Tyler said. Maria doesn't speak enough English to understand anyway. I watched Maria's shoulders stiffen as she refilled water glasses. Her English was perfect. I'd heard her discussing classic literature with the gardener just last week, but they never bothered to notice things like that. Speaking of reports, my father continued, the offshore accounts are performing beautifully. Riley thinks all that money is going to charitable foundations. He laughed. Technically, the Sherman Family Foundation is a charity. To us. Kennedy pushed her food around her plate. Maybe we shouldn't... Shouldn't what? Tyler cut in. Make money? Create opportunities? Some of us actually contribute to this family, unlike others. He looked pointedly at me. I took a slow sip of water. How's the new car handling? Like a dream, Tyler smirked. Thanks for your contribution to that, sis. Don't worry, you'll get your money back, eventually. Tyler, Kennedy warned. What? She's fine. Look at her, sitting there all quiet and well-behaved. Finally learned her place, didn't you, Bonnie? My father raised his glass. A toast to family unity, to understanding our roles. The crystal clinked. I lifted my glass with steady hands, the phone recording every moment. Actually, I said carefully, I've been thinking about roles lately, about legacy. My father's eyes narrowed slightly. Oh? Been reading about family businesses, succession planning, very interesting stuff. Tyler laughed. Since when do you care about the business? I've always cared. I just show it differently. I turned to my father. For instance, I've been following the Riley account closely. Fascinating structure. The room went still. Kennedy's fork clattered against her plate. The business doesn't concern you, my father said flatly. No, but we're family. Isn't that what you always say? Family first. Tyler leaned forward. What exactly are you implying? Nothing at all, I smiled. Just taking an interest. Like you said, I should contribute more. Bonnie, Kennedy said quietly, maybe we should talk after dinner. Yes, my father's voice hardened. Maybe you should. Kennedy can explain how things work around here. Oh, I think I'm starting to understand exactly how things work. Maria appeared at my elbow with dessert. As she set down the plate, she deliberately bumped my water glass, sending water across my lap, and covering my quick movement to stop the recording. Lo siento, she said, but her eyes met mine with clear purpose. She'd been listening. She knew. Clumsy as always, Tyler muttered. I stood, dabbing at my dress. I should clean up. Kennedy, walk with me? In the hallway bathroom, Kennedy closed the door behind us. What are you doing? What does it look like? It looks like you're trying to get yourself cut off completely. She ran a hand through her hair. Dad's already talking about removing you from the family trust. Let him. I pulled out my phone, showing her the folder of evidence. I've got something better than a trust fund. Her face went pale as she scrolled. How long have you been gathering this? Long enough. The question is, Kennedy, where will you be standing when it all comes out? You can't be serious. This would destroy everything. They destroyed everything when they stole my surgery money, when they used my name for fraud, when they made me think I was crazy for years. I took my phone back. You know what they've done to both of us? She looked away. It's complicated. No, it's really not. I headed for the door. But you've got about 12 hours to decide if you want to be on the right side of what's coming. Bonnie, wait. Tell Dad I wasn't feeling well. Must be all that drama he's always talking about. Back in my car, I sent the dinner recording to Simone, adding it to our growing file. Then I composed a new email, attaching everything, the financial records, the recordings, the proof of fraud. I addressed it to Gage Riley with the subject line, "From my family to yours." My finger hovered over the send button. 3 years of planning, a lifetime of pain, all coming down to this moment. I thought of Tyler's smirk, my father's dismissal, Kennedy's fear. I pressed send. Your move, I whispered to the empty car. Your move. 3 days of silence felt like an eternity. I checked my email obsessively, jumped at every phone notification, but nothing happened. The world kept spinning. My father kept posting photos of business meetings. Tyler kept sharing shots of his new car. Then Simone called. Check your texts? she said without preamble. "My cousin Ingrid, the one who works for Riley. She just sent me something interesting." I opened the message. "Boss cancelled all meetings for next week. Spent 3 hours with legal yesterday. Storm's coming." My hands shook as I typed back. "How bad?" The reply came instantly. Bad enough that he made me shred his personal copies of the Sherman contracts. He never shreds anything. I called my father's office, using my sweetest voice with his secretary. "Hi, Linda. Just checking if the investor meeting is still on for Thursday?" "Oh, honey, didn't your father tell you? Mr. Riley's office cancelled. Something about scheduling conflicts." Scheduling conflicts, right? I was making coffee when my phone buzzed with a news alert. My cup crashed to the floor as I read the headline, "Riley Ventures issues statement on integrity concerns with major partnership." The article was vague but pointed. "In light of recent information regarding potential irregularities in financial reporting," my phone exploded with notifications. First Tyler, "What did you do?" Then my father, "Family meeting, now." I ignored them both, but turned on the business news. The anchor was already discussing it. Trading of Sherman Industries stock has been temporarily halted following concerning statements from major investor Gage Riley. Simone called again. "It's happening! Riley's people are going through everything with a fine-toothed comb. Ingrid says they found even more than what we sent them. Has anyone traced the leak back to me? No, we covered our tracks, but Bonnie—" "Your father's not stupid. He'll figure it out." As if on cue, my father's contact photo lit up my screen. I declined the call. "Good," Simone said. "Don't engage. Let them sweat." Another text from Tyler. "You think you're so clever? Wait until Dad—" I blocked his number. The doorbell rang. I froze, expecting my father's angry face. Instead, I found Kennedy standing there, a large suitcase at her feet. "I quit," she said simply. "This morning, right after Riley's statement hit the news." I didn't move from the doorway. Why? Because I watched Dad throw his phone through a window when the stock trading was halted. Because Tyler's already talking about moving assets offshore. Because— She took a shaky breath. "Because you were right about everything. You could be recording this for them." She pulled out her phone, removed the battery, and handed both pieces to me. "I'm done being their puppet. I have proof of my own, stuff even you don't know about, if you'll let me help." I studied her face, the dark circles under her eyes, the slight tremor in her hands. This wasn't the polished Kennedy who sat silently through family dinners. This was the sister I remembered from before, when we were kids and still on the same side. "You can come in," I said finally. "But if you're playing me—" "I'm not." She dragged her suitcase inside. "I already sent everything to my lawyer. Dad can't touch me now." My phone buzzed with another news alert. "Second major investor pulls out of Sherman Industries amid growing concerns." Kennedy read it over my shoulder. "That'll be the Jacobsons. They always follow Riley's lead." "How bad is it going to get?" "Bad." She met my eyes. "Dad's been running a house of cards for years. Once people start looking closely—" She pulled out a laptop. "Want to see what else I brought with me?" Before I could answer, both our phones chimed with the same message, a company-wide email from our father. "To all Sherman Industries employees, recent media reports have contained malicious falsehoods about our company. Rest assured, we are taking swift action against these baseless attacks. Any employee found spreading these lies will face immediate termination and legal action. We are family. Family stays loyal." Kennedy's laugh was hollow. "Loyal, like he was loyal to Mom?" I turned to her sharply. "What about Mom?" "Oh, God," she covered her mouth. "You don't know, do you, about why she really left?" Another chime, this time from Simone. "Riley's office just released another statement. Turn on the news now." As I reached for the remote, Kennedy grabbed my arm. "Bonnie, there's something you need to know first. About Mom, about Dad, about accounts he set up in our names when we were kids. The TV flickered to life, showing Riley himself at a podium. His face was grave as he began to speak. This was it. No going back now. The evidence of financial misconduct at Sherman Industries is both extensive and deeply troubling. Riley's voice filled my living room. As a company built on family values, we cannot maintain ties with an organization that betrays the trust of its investors, employees, and the public. Kennedy muted the TV. Before this goes any further, you need to know the truth. Mum didn't abandon us. Dad forced her out. What are you talking about? She opened her laptop, pulling up old documents. Remember when you were 8 and suddenly Mum was just gone? Dad said she ran off with some guy. He said she couldn't handle family responsibility. Look at this. Kennedy turned the screen toward me. These are accounts Dad opened in our names, all 3 of us kids. But look at Mum's signature here. She was listed as a co-trustee. My phone buzzed continuously as news alerts poured in, but I couldn't look away from the documents. Mum found out he was using our identities for fraud, Kennedy continued. She threatened to report him, so he gave her a choice: leave with nothing or go to jail as an accomplice. Why didn't you tell me before? Because I was scared, because he convinced me she deserved it, because... Kennedy's voice broke. Because I was a coward. My father's face appeared on the TV screen, now unmuted. He stood at a podium outside Sherman Industries headquarters. These allegations are completely false, he declared. My daughter Bonnie, who has a history of mental health issues and substance abuse, has fabricated these claims out of spite. What? I grabbed the remote, turning up the volume. My beloved daughter has struggled with reality for years, he continued, his voice dripping with practiced concern. We've tried to help her, but she's refused treatment. These accusations are a cry for help. Tyler appeared beside him, nodding solemnly. We love my sister, but she needs professional help. She's been increasingly unstable since being denied an unnecessary surgery she wanted. Those lying... I started to stand, but Kennedy pulled me back down. Wait, she said, let them dig their hole deeper. My phone rang. Simone. Turn on your laptop now, she said when I answered. They're trying to smear you online, but we've got something better. I opened my email to find a video file from Simone. Security footage from Sherman Industries dated 3 days ago. My father and Tyler, crystal clear, discussing how to move money before Riley discovered the truth. Where did you get this? Martin Olson sent it to me, Simone said. The CFO, he's jumping ship, Bonnie, says he's got more. Kennedy was already typing furiously on her laptop. I'm sending everything I have to Riley's legal team, bank statements, board meeting minutes, everything. My phone lit up with a text from an unknown number. This is Ingrid. Riley wants to meet tomorrow morning. Bring everything you have. On TV, my father was still talking. We ask for privacy during this difficult time as we help Bonnie get the treatment she needs. Treatment? I laughed bitterly. Let's talk about treatment. I pulled up my medical records on my phone, snapped photos of my spine x-rays, and started typing. What are you doing? Kennedy asked. Fighting back. I posted the images on every social media platform. Dear Dad, here are my unnecessary medical records. Care to explain why you cancelled my surgery when I was 12? Or why you stole my surgery fund last week? Within minutes, the posts started going viral. Comments flooded in, many from people sharing similar stories of medical gaslighting and financial abuse. Bonnie, Simone's voice was urgent through the phone. Martin just sent more files. Your dad, he's been doing this to other families too, using their kids' identities, setting up fake accounts. It's huge. Kennedy's hand found mine. We need to call Mom. We don't even know where she is. Actually, Kennedy pulled out an old envelope. I do. I've always known. I was too afraid to tell you." Before I could respond, Tyler's face filled my phone screen. He was going live on Instagram. "My sister is having another episode," he said gravely. "We have proof of her instability." The screen split to show a video of me screaming incoherently at someone off camera. "That's not real," I whispered. "I never—" "It's doctored," Simone confirmed quickly. "Give me an hour, I'll prove it's fake." Kennedy stood up, shoulders straight. "I'm doing my own live stream right now. Time to tell everyone what really happened to their perfect family." My phone buzzed one final time. A message from Martin Olson. "Meeting tomorrow with SEC investigators. Your father doesn't know yet. Bring everything." I looked at Kennedy, already setting up her camera. At Simone, working to expose Tyler's fake video. At my medical records, finally telling their own truth. "Dad wanted to teach me about family," I said quietly. "Let's show him what I learned." The SEC's conference room felt colder than a morgue. Martin Olson sat across from me, spreading documents across the table, while 2 federal investigators took notes. "These accounts," Martin pointed to a spreadsheet, "were all opened using stolen identities. Children's identities. The oldest ones date back 20 years. Including my sister's," Kennedy added. "She hadn't left my side since her live stream went viral yesterday. Dad used all 3 of us, but Bonnie got the worst of it." My phone buzzed, Simone sending updates. She'd proven Tyler's video was fake, spliced together from multiple sources. The damage control was already starting. "Mr. Riley is prepared to testify," one investigator said, reviewing her notes. "His statement about the offshore accounts is particularly damaging." A knock at the door interrupted us. A young woman entered with a folder. "Sorry to interrupt, but you need to see this. Sherman Industries just lost 3 more major clients, stocks in freefall." Martin nodded grimly. "It's over. Charles can't recover from this." My phone lit up again, this time with a news alert. I nearly dropped it reading the headline, "Sherman Industries CEO steps down amid fraud investigation." "He's running," Kennedy said, reading over my shoulder. "Tyler too. Their social media's gone dark." The investigator leaned forward. "Miss Sherman, we'll need to discuss protective measures. Your father may—" "Already handled," Simone's voice came through my speakerphone. "Bonnie's got security and I'm monitoring all communications. They won't get near her." A new email popped up on my laptop. From the Public Health Grant Committee I'd applied to months ago. My hands shook as I opened it. "What is it?" Kennedy asked. "I got approved. For the surgery, full coverage." I couldn't keep my voice steady. "They fast-tracked it after seeing my case in the news." Kennedy hugged me tight, while Martin smiled for the first time that day. Sometimes karma works fast. The meeting continued, details piling up like evidence in a murder case. Which, in a way, it was. The death of Sherman Industries happening in real time. "One more thing," Martin said as we wrapped up. "The internal audit found something else. Letters never sent. From your mother." My heart stopped. "What?" He slid a thick envelope across the table. "Your father intercepted them, all of them, for years." I stared at the envelope, but couldn't bring myself to open it. Not here, not now. "The surgery's scheduled for next week," I said instead. "Will you need anything else before then?" The investigator shook her head. "We have more than enough. Get your surgery, Miss Sherman. We'll handle your father." Outside, Kennedy helped me to the car. My back was screaming after sitting so long, but for the first time in years, I felt hope. Real, tangible hope. "Bonnie!" a familiar voice called out. Tyler stood by his Porsche, looking dishevelled. "Please, just listen." "Step back," Kennedy warned, putting herself between us. "Haven't you done enough?" "Dad's gone," Tyler said quickly. "Took off this morning. Left me to deal with everything. Please, I need your help." I laughed, actually laughed. Like I needed your help when you stole my surgery money. I'm your brother. No, I cut him off. You're just another one of Dad's victims. You just haven't figured it out yet. My phone rang, an unknown number. I answered on speaker. Hello, Bonnie. My father's voice smooth as ever. Quite a show you've put on. Where are you? Somewhere safe. But I wanted you to know I underestimated you. You truly are my daughter. I'm nothing like you. No? He chuckled. Look what you've done. Destroyed a family business, ruined your brother's future, all for revenge, if that's not a Sherman move. Goodbye, Dad. I hung up. Tyler stood there, lost. Looking at him now, I saw what I'd missed before, another pawn in our father's game. The investigators have questions for you, I told him. Your choice if you answer them. As Kennedy drove me home, I finally opened my mother's letters. 20 years of love, explanations and pain poured out onto my lap. The first line of the earliest letter caught my eye. My dearest Bonnie, I pray someday you'll understand why I had to leave, and that you'll be stronger than I was. I am. My phone chimed with a final news alert. Sherman Industries faces class action lawsuit as more victims come forward. Ready for surgery next week? Kennedy asked softly. I looked at the letters in my lap, thought of the long road ahead. Ready for everything. The hospital room was quiet except for the steady beep of monitors. Post-surgery hour 3, and I was finally clear-headed enough to check my phone. Hundreds of notifications lit up the screen. You shouldn't be looking at that yet, Kennedy scolded, trying to take the phone away. Wait, I said, opening a news alert. They found him. My father's arrest had happened while I was under anaesthesia. The photo showed him being led from a private airstrip in handcuffs, his perfect suit wrinkled, his practiced smile gone. Tyler turned himself in too, Kennedy said softly. He's cooperating with investigators. Simone burst into the room, laptop under her arm. You're trending! The blog post went viral! Before surgery, I'd published everything, every document, recording and letter, in a post titled Family Goals, a Story of Financial Abuse and Survival. It had exploded overnight. How many views? I tried to sit up, wincing at the movement. Over 2 million, and that's just the beginning. Simone opened her laptop. People are sharing their own stories. It's becoming a movement. My phone buzzed with a text from Martin. SEC found more accounts. Your mother wasn't his first victim. This goes back to his own childhood. Have you read all the letters yet? Kennedy asked, gesturing to Mum's envelope on the bedside table. Most of them. I picked up the most recent one, dated just 2 years ago. She tried to warn me. She knew what he was doing with my medical fund. But she couldn't reach you directly without risking everything, Simone finished. God, this would make an amazing documentary. A knock at the door interrupted us. A nurse entered, followed by a familiar face, Maria, our former housekeeper. I hope it's okay, she said, setting down a small plant. I wanted to check on you, and to thank you. Thank me? Your father. He did the same thing to my daughter. Used her identity when she was young. The lawyers say we can join the class action now. More visitors came throughout the day. Martin brought updates about the investigation. Ingrid stopped by with messages from Riley. Even Tyler's ex-girlfriend appeared, sharing stories of financial manipulation we'd never known about. Miss Sherman? A woman in a sharp suit appeared in the doorway. I'm Amanda Torres from the FBI's Financial Crimes Unit. When you're feeling stronger, we'd like to talk. About what? Your father's pattern goes deeper than anyone realized. We're finding connections to other companies, other families. Your blog post opened a floodgate. After she left, Kennedy pulled up the latest news on her tablet. Look at this. Dad's old business partners are falling like dominoes. Everyone's scrambling to distance themselves. Including the governor, Simone added. He's returning all campaign contributions from Sherman Industries. My phone lit up with another message. This one from Tyler, sent from his lawyer's office. I'm telling them everything about the fake accounts, the offshore money, all of it. I'm sorry, Bonnie. I was wrong about everything. Do you believe him? Kennedy asked. I believe he's scared. I shifted in the bed, the pain medication wearing off. But maybe that's what he needed to be. Simone's laptop chimed. Oh, wow, the Women's Business Alliance wants you to speak at their conference. Topic: financial abuse and family power dynamics. They know I'm not an expert, right? No, Kennedy said firmly. You're something better. You're a survivor who fought back. The nurse returned with pain medication, but also news. There's a reporter in the lobby. Says she's doing a feature on familial financial abuse. Wants to talk to you. I looked at my sister, my best friend, the stack of letters from my mother. 20 years of silence broken open like a dam. Tell her I'll talk, I said, but not just about me, about everyone who's been trapped by family loyalty, everyone who's been told to stay quiet. Like Mom, Kennedy whispered. Like Mom, I agreed, and everyone else. My phone buzzed one final time that day, an email from an unknown address. The subject line made my heart stop. It's time to come home. It's from Mom, I breathed, opening it. Her words filled the screen. My brave, brilliant girl, I've been following everything. You did what I couldn't. You stood up, spoke out, and broke the cycle. I'm ready to tell my part of the story, if you'll let me. Tears blurred my vision as I typed back, Come home, Mom. We have a lot to talk about. Kennedy read the exchange over my shoulder, her own tears falling. She's really coming back. We all are, I said. Coming back, standing up, speaking out. Simone was already typing. I'm starting a website for others like us, people trapped by family financial abuse. Perfect, I smiled, feeling stronger despite the surgery pain. Let's help them all come home. The lake behind the women's shelter rippled with early morning light. I sat on my favourite bench, watching a family of ducks glide past while my newly healed spine supported me without pain. There you are, Simone called, hurrying down the path with her laptop. The donations just hit 3 million. We can fund the whole shelter renovation now. Our non-profit, Digital Defence Alliance, had grown from a simple website into something bigger than we'd imagined. Hundreds of survivors sharing stories, helping others escape financial abuse. Did you see the news about Dad? Kennedy joined us, carrying coffee. 15 years, no parole. I nodded. The sentencing had been yesterday. I hadn't attended, but I'd watched the live stream. My father, still trying to look dignified in his prison jumpsuit, had finally shown his true face when the judge mentioned restitution payments. Tyler got 5 years, Simone added, but with good behaviour and his cooperation. He's already helping other kids of white-collar criminals, Kennedy said, running support groups from inside. My phone buzzed, a message from Maria. Another family just arrived at the shelter, mother and 3 kids. They're ready to talk when you are. I'll be right there. I stood up, testing my back. No pain, just strength. Bonnie! Mum's voice carried across the lawn. She was walking toward us with Martin Olson, deep in conversation. Since her return, she'd become our financial advisor, helping other survivors untangle years of identity theft and hidden accounts. The SEC wants to use our case as a training model, she said, reaching us. Martin's team is drafting the curriculum. Speaking of training, Simone pulled up her calendar. The FBI Financial Crimes Unit needs more dates for their workshop series. They say your sessions are always full. I laughed. Tell them I'm booked solid with shelter work for the next month. About that, Kennedy pulled out her tablet. Remember that trust fund Dad set up in your name? The legitimate one from Grandma? The only account he didn't drain? What about it? The courts unfroze it yesterday. You can finally access it. I looked at the shelter behind us, our shelter now, funded by recovered assets from Sherman Industries. Women and children learned financial literacy here, rebuilt their lives, found their voices. Add it to the renovation fund, I said. The shelter needs a better security system. Mum squeezed my hand. Your grandmother would be proud of that choice. Miss Bonnie? A teenage girl appeared on the path. The new family's settled in, but the mum's scared about testifying against her husband. Tell her I'm coming. I turned to my mother. Want to help with this one? She smiled. Always. As we walked toward the shelter, Simone called out, Don't forget, you're keynoting at the Justice Conference next week. Already finished my speech, I called back. It's called Standing Without Pain. Inside, the new family huddled on a couch, a mother and 3 daughters, all looking as scared as I'd been that day I checked my empty bank account. Hi, I said softly, sitting across from them. I'm Bonnie. This is my mum, Janet. Want to tell us your story? The mother clutched her purse, eyes darting to the door. You don't understand. He'll find us. He always does. I do understand. I pulled up our website on my tablet, showed her the thousands of stories there. See all these people? They thought they were alone too, but they're not, and neither are you. But the money, she whispered. He controls everything. Mum leaned forward. So did my husband. Want to know how we beat him? The eldest daughter, maybe 16, spoke up. I've read about you, about what you did. Can you really help us? Better, I said. We can help you help yourselves. I looked round the room, at my mother, strong and free, at this family taking their first steps toward freedom, at the sunlight streaming through windows we'd installed ourselves. My phone buzzed with another message from Kennedy. Riley's Foundation just doubled their funding pledge. We can open 2 more shelters this year. The mother was crying now, but they were tears of relief. Her daughters huddled closer, protective and hopeful. Ready to take your life back? I asked them. The mother straightened her shoulders, looked at her daughters and nodded. Ready? Then let's begin, I said, opening my laptop. Your story starts now. Outside, more families would come, more stories would unfold, more voices would rise. But right here, right now, watching this family begin their journey to freedom, I felt the truth of what we'd built from the ashes of my father's empire. He taught me to stand on my own 2 feet, but we taught each other how to soar.